Chapter 176. The day of the Quidditch match. In the early hours of the morning, Ethan was awakened by the sound of thunder above his head. In addition to the thunder, there was the sound of wind hitting the castle wall and branches snapping in the forbidden forest in the distance. The weather was bad enough, and I could only hope that the victims of today's Quidditch match would have good luck. However, it was a good thing for Ethan, the animagus potion was ready. As long as the storm stopped, Ethan could dig out the potion and then transform into animagus. When Ethan got up in the morning, he found that the storm outside was even louder. Even if the weather was so bad, Hogwarts would not delay the date of the match. After all, if wizards couldn't even overcome this difficulty, what else could they talk about? Fortunately, it's not our match today. At the Ravenclaw long table, Chu-Jong, who had already sat down to eat, was relieved. Although I can cast a waterproof spell to prevent myself from getting soaked, the strong wind affects my balance, especially when flying high and fast. If I am not careful, I may crash. Rain also has a great impact on vision, especially for chasers. The golden snitch is small, flexible, and fast. If the vision is not good, it is possible that I cannot catch it even if the game starts in the morning and ends in the evening. If I cannot catch the golden snitch, the game will not end. This is a nightmare for both teams. Every year, the opening game is Slytherin vs Gryffindor. When it is Ravenclaw's turn, it will be December, and at most it will snow a little. Ethan sat next to Chu-Jong, picked up the breakfast she had prepared and started to eat. This was all prepared according to Ethan's taste, except for some bread, it was all meat. If their team finds an excuse to escape from this game, won't it be our turn or Hufflepuff's turn? This is possible, but aren't there still honest people in the four colleges? Even if Slytherin plays some tricks, won't Hufflepuff take the lead? Gryffindor Quidditch captain, Oliver Wood, he will not back down. In the original book, the Slytherin team refused to play the game on the grounds that Draco was injured, and Hufflepuff eventually participated in today's game. Draco's injury was not serious. He drank a few bottles of potion and applied some white fresh water. He recovered in 2 or 3 days. This was just an excuse. But now they don't have this reason. If they want to find it, they can find it. It depends on whether Slytherin is really so shameless. After hearing what Ethan said, Chu-Jong glanced at Hufflepuff, who was still discussing today's game enthusiastically, without any signs of worry. Sure enough, they didn't think about these. The magic blood potion will be ready soon. Chu-Jong is still looking forward to this. It is made of Catkin's blood. This is the result of her careful selection. Although the increase in magic resistance, and physique is not large, the improvement in agility and perception is very strong. These 2 attributes are very useful for actual combat, and they are also of great help to Quidditch. It will be ready at the beginning of next month. Ethan started to make it the second day after the school started this school year. After all, everything was ready. Ethan asked Dennis to get the blood of the Catkins from Hogsmeade Village and mail it to Hogwarts, ensuring that it could be used on the same day. The reason why it was so troublesome was that Ethan's place was not suitable for raising cats. If Ethan raised a cat, Hermione and the others would definitely get involved, and then they might not let Ethan draw blood, which would be completely putting the cart before the horse. The Catkins are only slightly larger than ordinary cats, and they have to be drained half to death every time blood is drawn, which is completely incomparable to big guys like dragons and thunderbirds. In order to meet the requirement of adding fresh blood once a week, Ethan used 5 Catkins to take turns to draw blood, otherwise the cats would die in the second week. According to the physique of magical animals, if they eat well, they can recover in more than a month. So far, 2 additions are enough. That will just be enough for us to catch up with the Hufflepuff's match. The second match was a week before the Christmas holiday. After taking the magic blood, there was time to adapt and it was definitely possible to maintain the best condition. After breakfast, Ethan and Cassandra went to the library. There was still some time before today's match. It was not easy to practice magic or do research with such a short time, so it was better to read books. Going to the bookshelf and picking out a history of magic, Ethan took Cassandra to find an empty seat and flipped through it with great interest. Ethan has always been very interested in wizard history. At this moment, Ethan was immersed in the revival movement of wizards in the Middle Ages and the historical process of confrontation with the Church. Until a little wizard shouted excitedly in the displeased eyes of Madame Pants, Ethan closed the book in his hand. He and Cassandra came to the gate of Hogwarts Castle, which was crowded with people at the moment. Gryffindors in bright red Quidditch robes and Slytherins in green robes were also here at the moment. Most of the little wizards were preparing raincoats or umbrellas. Ethan saw 2 Hufflepuff little wizards holding up an umbrella together and going out, but within half a minute, the umbrella was blown away by the strong wind. Only a very small number of people can use magic to block the rain. This shows that the teaching quality of Hogwarts is really not good. Bubblehead protection. Ethan tapped the wand in his hand lightly, and a huge bubble directly wrapped Cassandra's whole body. As Cassandra walked, the bubble also moved with her, and there was no sign of breaking during the movement of her feet touching the ground. The alternative use of the bubblehead charm was originally intended to allow people to breathe underwater, but now it is used by Ethan to protect the whole body. Being able to withstand the strong water pressure underwater, it is naturally not a problem for the strong wind outside. It is also waterproof, cold-proof and heat-insulating. This one magic alone can offset the effects of several other magics at this moment. Ethan, give me one. Fred, who was in the Gryffindor Quidditch team, saw this scene and immediately jumped up and shouted. If I cast a bubblehead curse on you, it will affect your actions in the game later. Are you sure you want it? When you go into the water, the bubblehead curse is originally used temporarily for a short time. For a long time, the cheek grass is usually used. 0. Seeking flowers. No one knows how long the game will last. If there is no intense action, the air here will definitely be enough to support for a while. Although Fred and his friends are sitting on brooms when playing Quidditch, they are still exercising vigorously, which will definitely increase the depth of oxygen consumption. If the time is a little longer, it will have an impact on people. If you are not in good condition at that time, it will still be a small loss. If you fall off the broom due to lack of oxygen and coma, it will be a lot of fun. In that case, forget it. Fred refused with a smile on the spot. He still attaches great importance to the honor of Quidditch. If it can affect the state of the game later, it will definitely not work. Then Ethan cast a bubblehead spell on himself, Hermione, Penelope and others. Then the little wizards around looked at him. There were at least 100 people gathered here, and there were still a steady stream of little wizards on the way. Bubblehead protection. Ethan thought for a while and thought of a solution. Bubbles gushed out from the tip of Ethan's wand and floated towards the little wizards. 0. Just touch the bubbles, but don't touch them if you have bad breath, otherwise you will be very uncomfortable later. While spraying bubbles with his wand, Ethan explained loudly to the little wizards. This is mainly for reputation. As long as it does not harm his own interests, Ethan does not mind doing such a small thing. Seeing the movement behind, many little wizards who had already run out with umbrellas and raincoats also came back. Compared to umbrellas, this spell is a better choice in every way. As time passed, one by one, the little wizards touched the bubbles and completed the whole body bubblehead spell. After saying thank you, they walked into the wind and rain to the Quidditch venue. Until Ethan added a bubblehead spell to all the little wizards here, he took Cassandra and others away. As for those who have not arrived yet, they can find a way by themselves. Ethan can't wait here. Sitting in the audience seats on the Ravenclaw side, at least half of the people around are little wizards who have been cast the bubblehead spell by themselves. Those who arrived early regretted why they rushed so fast. After sitting for about 20 minutes, the game finally started. As usual, Mrs. Hooch was the referee, and Lee Jordan was the commentator. After a whistle, the game officially began. The 14 people from both teams rushed into the sky at the first time. They all used the Nimbus 2001. In addition to the latest but not yet popular rocket crossbow, this is the best flying Dr. Broom. Harry and Draco reached the highest altitude at the first time and began to look for the golden snitch. At this time, the influence of rain and strong wind came out. Both of them were hit by the running bludgears several times. Compared with Draco, Harry was worse off. His glasses were soaked by the rain, which seriously damaged his vision. Draco could dodge it. Harry just relied on his body to resist. Several times in the sky, Harry was almost hit by the bludgears. In this state, let alone catching the golden snitch that was only the size of a walnut and extremely flexible, it was difficult to ensure his own safety. Chapter 177. In the heavy rain, the game still continued. The sky became darker and darker, as if the night had come early. Ethan saw Harry almost crash twice, once with a Slytherin batsman, and once with Fred's girlfriend Angelina. This supervision is brought by taking magic and changing the blood. I don't know if this potion can cure myopia, but Ethan will not spread the potion formula. If nothing unexpected happens, he may not have the opportunity to do this experiment in his life. It's already afternoon. At this moment, everyone is still watching the game in the field with great interest. For lunch, everyone also eats some snacks prepared in advance. They bought some small things when they went to Hogsmeade some time ago. After all, it always feels wrong to come out to watch the game without preparing some food and drinks. As for the Quidditch players, they can only starve. With a flash of lightning, Mrs. Ho blew the whistle, which means someone applied for a timeout. Everyone else controlled their brooms and headed for the umbrellas beside the Quidditch pitch, only Harry was still running around on the field. It was Wood who came back to the field and brought Harry back to the 770. Arriving under the big umbrella beside the Quidditch pitch, Harry immediately took off his glasses and wiped them with his robe. When he was flying in the sky just now, everything was blurry, and he couldn't even distinguish his teammates, let alone catch the golden snitch. What's the score? Harry couldn't see the scoreboard clearly due to his obstructed vision, and he didn't have time to observe these. Not only did he have to find the golden snitch, but he also had to avoid the bludgers, and Draco would sometimes do some tricks. Harry had never felt that a game could be so difficult. We are leading by 50 points. Wood was a little proud when he said this. He strictly required his players to train regardless of wind or rain, and Slytherin would only come out when the rain was not too heavy. Once the weather was too bad, only the Gryffindor team would be left on the entire Quidditch field. Hard work is rewarded. Now Gryffindor is adapting to the weather. They were evenly matched, but now they are leading by 50 points. That's good. Harry was relieved to hear the result. If we can't catch the golden snitch, the game will have to continue even in the middle of the night. It depends on you. As long as you catch the golden snitch, the game will be over and we will win directly. Wood looked at Harry with encouragement. He knew Harry's flying talent. Harry was the first to defeat Slytherin last year. Whether it was catching the golden snitch or donating the Nimbus 2001 to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. But I can't see it clearly. Harry smiled bitterly and looked at several teammates. If the weather was good, he would definitely not be like this, but now there is really no way. He could only occasionally see a touch of gold passing by his eyes, but it was a bit difficult to find the exact location of the golden snitch. Everyone didn't know what to say. If Harry had to catch the golden snitch, it would be too embarrassing. By the way, who can use the bubblehead charm? Use the bubblehead charm on me. As long as my glasses are not wet by the rain, I can see the golden snitch and catch it. Looking at his frustrated teammates, Harry noticed the spectators above who used bubble raincoats. As long as the bubblehead charm can cover his head and prevent the rain from getting in, he didn't expect his teammates to be able to cast advanced spells like Ethan. I can, but Ethan just said that this will affect the game. Are you sure you want to use it? As a 7th-year student, Wood naturally learned the bubblehead charm and cast it well, but it can only be a regular spell. Use it, it's much better than not being able to see anything now. Harry nodded affirmatively. Okay then. After a brief thought, Wood agreed. This year is his last year, and he doesn't want to have any regrets. Bubblehead protection. This way I can see. After Harry ran into the rain with the bubble on his head and tested it for a while, he quickly ran back with a hint of surprise on his face. Okay, let's take advantage of this moment and go for it and take down Slytherin in one go. Wood shouted excitedly. After returning to the court, although Harry was still hit by the cold rain and shivered in the strong wind, he could see. After dodging the bludger once again, Harry shuttled through the storm, looking for the golden snitch. Boom! A huge Z-shaped lightning struck the Quidditch field, and Harry realized that he had to hurry up. Lightning is most likely to strike at high altitudes. If it strikes a person, Madame Pomfrey will definitely not be able to save him. Just as Harry was about to return to the center of the field, through the light of lightning, he saw a big black dog with shaggy hair, sitting in the empty seat at the top row. This sudden discovery caused Harry's frozen hands to slip on the broom, and he fell several feet down. When he stabilized his body, he looked and there was no shadow of the black dog. Harry! Just when Harry was about to look for the black dog's trail, Wood's painful cry came from the Gryffindor goal, Harry, behind you. Harry looked back quickly, and Draco quickly flew across the court and flew towards him. Between him and him, there was a small golden dot besides the heavy rain. Ethan on the other side was squinting at the thick clouds. There were many creatures with magic gathering above the clouds. As expected, it was still the Dementors. I thought these Dementors would be more honest after being beaten. Unexpectedly, they were still so brave. As for the reason for coming, it was that they couldn't stand the temptation of delicious food. Compared to the lifeless auditorium that day, the excitement and high emotions of the little wizards who were watching the Quidditch game live were definitely as delicious as a full banquet for them. As a result, these Dementors, who had been hungry for a long time, could temporarily forget the threat to their lives and follow their instinct to come to eat. What are you looking at? Chu Zhang, who was sitting next to Ethan, looked at Ethan in confusion. You are not watching the game, but watching the clouds? The Dementors are coming. Ethan has already thought about it, and will tie up some more Dementors as backup later. Anyway, Ethan doesn't have too many of these things. However, he still has to wait until the Dementors take action first, so that he can have an excuse. For example, as a friend of Harry, seeing Harry get hurt and his emotions a little out of control, this reason is very good. No one can find any fault with it. Harry rushed halfway and suddenly found that the entire Quidditch field was terribly silent. Although the wind was still so fierce, it forgot to roar, as if he had become deaf. There was also a familiar and terrifying chill coming towards him. Harry immediately realized that something was wrong. The moment he raised his head, at least hundreds of Dementors were gathering towards him. His thoughts began to get out of control. In the eyes of the audience on the sidelines, hundreds of Dementors emerged from the clouds in the sky. Harry's whole body was stiff, and then he lost control and fell from the sky. It was not until this moment that they realized that the Dementors attacked again, and the first victim was Harry. The little wizards screamed in panic and prepared to run into Hogwarts Castle. Ethan felt that this time had come, so he stood up and raised his wand. Just as Ethan was about to release the Patroness charm, a silver-white phoenix flew out of the tower and crashed straight into the group of Dementors, emitting silver-white light all over its body. The Dementors were awakened by the blow. Although the food was delicious, it had to be enjoyed alive. They turned around and ran away one by one. Only Ethan was left standing there with a look of pity. Ethan was sure that Dumbledore, the old BD, had prepared the Dementors in advance. He wanted to get ahead of him and not let Ethan get involved in 3.0. It was really too much. Is there no trust between people? The Dementors came and went faster. The young wizards were relieved by the crisis of Dementors and sat down again. But in just a short while, Draco had caught the golden snitch. He was holding up the golden winged ball in his hand amid the cheers of the Slytherin players. Although most people just focused on the Dementors and did not see how Draco caught the golden snitch, according to the rules, the game was over after the golden snitch was caught. Gryffindor was ahead by 70 points, but Slytherin got 150 points for catching the golden snitch, and now they are ahead by 80 points. However, the discussion on the field was not about the outcome of the Quidditch match, but about the attack of the Dementors. Ethan was right, there was always a Dementors, who wanted to attack the students of Hogwarts. This time, it was on the Quidditch field, the professors were there, and it was the headmaster who did it. What should we do if we encounter Dementors when we are alone? They decided to contact their families after returning to the dormitory. Chapter 178. The storm and thunder lasted until midnight. Ethan didn't want to wait any longer, so he braved the heavy rain and came to the Forbidden Forest. He had waited long enough for today, and luckily he was in the Scottish Highlands. If it was in the desert, it would take a lifetime. He blew the whistle and called an eight-eyed giant spider. Ethan let it drag him to their nest. As the overlord of the Forbidden Forest, the eight-eyed giant spider is only afraid of the fire dragon and the thunderbird. Others, whether they are in groups or alone, dare not provoke them. Ethan is absolutely relieved that the potion is buried next to their nest. When he came to the rock next to the nest, Ethan squatted down and dug for more than 10 minutes before he found the bottle he buried. In order to avoid being affected, it was buried quite deep. And Ethan was also afraid that if he used too much force, he would break the bottle. With the help of the little lights that flashed through the sky, Ethan could clearly see that the originally turbid liquid inside had now turned blood red. The pupa of the ghost-faced swan and the leaves of the mandrake had also disappeared at this moment. Putting the potion in his pocket, Ethan rode the eight-eyed giant spider again and returned to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It is of course not possible to transform into an animagus here. There are still some risks in the process, and there is no room for any mistakes. A quiet and safe environment is required. All the way to the room of requirement, Cassandra and the others are already waiting here. Ethan took out the blood-red potion and showed it to everyone. After a careful comparison, Cassandra and the others found that there was nothing wrong with the potion, so they returned it to Ethan. Came to the center of the empty space. Ethan drew out his own wand, poked it in his chest, and aimed it at his heart. Amado, Animo, Animado Animagus. This is also a necessary spell to complete Animagus. It needs to be started when the crystal bottle of potion is buried, and it should be done once every sunrise and sunset. It cannot be interrupted, nor can it be more or less, until you can feel the second beating heart in this process, then it is considered to be the beginning. But after entering the door, you cannot stop. This step must continue until the moment when the thunderstorm comes, and it is considered to be over after taking out the potion and taking it. So, at this moment, Ethan is already familiar with this process. After feeling his second heart start to beat again, he swallows the blood-red potion in one gulp. The potion is cold when held in the hand, but it becomes hot and fiery after entering the throat. It feels that the whole mouth and throat are hot, and soon spreads to the whole stomach and body. Ethan only feels that the whole person is in a furnace at this moment. At the same time, Ethan can clearly feel that his heart is beating violently, and there are two hearts beating, and the strange thing is that the frequency is not the same. At this time, the image of the creature that was about to transform also appeared in his mind. It was a huge dragon with 5 dragon heads. Each dragon head had a different color, namely white, black, green, blue and red, and the huge and sturdy body was scattered with beautiful stripes composed of these colors. The image of the creature that appeared in his mind at this time was the image of Animagus. Sure enough, there was a relationship between the Patronus charm and Animagus. If nothing unexpected happened, the Animagus would be the same animal that appeared in the Patronus charm. Dumbledore's Animagus form was definitely a phoenix, and the reason why he didn't reveal it was probably because the Animagus in the form of magical animals was too terrifying, so he didn't register it and didn't use it in front of others. Ethan kept feeling himself. At this moment, the pain was weakening, and the two completely different heartbeats began to reduce the frequency of beating and were gradually synchronizing with each other. Ethan knew that so far, all his states were positive, and he only needed to keep it up to complete the Animagus. As the heart beats in unison, he closes his eyes, and the first Animagus transformation begins. The first thing he feels is that his skin is changing, which is somewhat similar to the dragon transformation state, with a layer of dragon scales growing, but the dragon scales are thicker now. Then the muscles, organs, and all the organs in his body are changing. This process is very slow, and the pain is okay at the moment. But during this process, Ethan unconsciously feels a series of negative emotions such as violent destruction in his mind. There are also relevant records in the book: stay awake, and don't let the animal's thinking affect you. Compared with ordinary animal-shaped Animagus, Ethan's current image is much more difficult to control. But fortunately, a lot of buffs are stacked, including the improvement of thinking, and the mental resistance brought by the unendowed determination. The mental resistance that was useless in the past now shows its effect. Otherwise, it would not be as easy for Ethan to keep a calm attitude as it is now. During this process, Ethan found that his clothes began to disappear and turned into the form of dragon scales. Then his arms completely turned into dragon claws, and his legs could no longer support him to stand on his feet. Ethan, who had no choice but to fall to the ground, felt itchy on his back and the top of his buttocks. A thick, scaly black tail first popped out, followed by 2 dragon wings growing from his back. Each flap could bring huge wind pressure to the surroundings, and Cassandra and others kept retreating. This flapping was not controlled by Ethan, but was completely an instinctive reaction of the body. It had come to this point, and it was impossible to stop even if he wanted to, otherwise there might be another 5-headed dragon-shaped magical animal in the world, filling the whole body with magic power to assist in the smooth completion of this transformation. Then Ethan felt that he was getting higher and higher from the ground. This was because his body was getting bigger, and Ethan understood this. His head began to swell and ache at this moment, and something was about to pop out from the corner of his forehead. This step was crucial. From the time the head began to transform, it was necessary to stay awake, otherwise it was easy to lose oneself in the past. I don't know how many people fell at this step. When controlling the red dragon head, the other 4 heads were like frozen and motionless. Watching Cassandra and the others being torn into pieces and shattered until the thunderbolt exploded, there was not even a trace of the scales on Ethan's body. The blue head spewed out linear lightning, with 963 damage, which was also good, and directly blew the target to pieces. The white head spewed out cone-shaped cold air, freezing the target into a big ice ball. After carefully feeling his body, Ethan found that he had a body length of more than 100 meters. If the wings were spread, it would exceed 300 meters. This was too scary. During this process, Ethan could clearly feel the changes in his body, and it took a long time, and he changed back after a few minutes. In the end, he had to borrow Mjolnir to find some traces on the dragon scales. The green head spewed out cone-shaped corrosive gas, which was similar to the black dragon, but one was liquid and the other was gaseous. He asked the room of requirement for a few super-large targets. Even Onyxia, who was already a giant among the fire dragons in the native world, was only the size of a baby in front of him. Then the blue dragon head and the red dragon head began to stare at each other. The black head spewed out acid, and the target was corroded directly. Ethan found that both heads were controlled by himself, and there was no such thing as an extra head and an extra thought. It was this feeling that Ethan was not used to. After a while, a strange-looking dragon was seen flying crookedly in the air, which made Cassandra and others below worried. They were not afraid that Ethan would get hurt by the fall, but that he would hit them. As for his current abilities, Ethan could breathe and cast magic without a wand. He still needed to explore other abilities. Then the green dragon head, the black dragon head, and the white dragon head stretched out, making Ethan completely change into the appearance that just appeared in his mind. After testing the basic abilities, Ethan planned to do something else. He immediately flapped his wings behind him, and the whole dragon flew into the air. The 5 dragon heads spoke to Cassandra and others below at the same time. Then his neck began to itch and ache, and a blue dragon head stretched out. Ethan also felt that all kinds of negative emotions were getting worse and worse, and he could only force himself to calm down. The test was almost done, and Ethan was ready to return to human form. After thinking carefully, Ethan took off after a run-up. After several face breaks, he finally found some tricks. Fortunately, his learning ability was strong enough, otherwise he didn't know how long it would take to learn to take off. They could clearly see what the opposite side looked like at the moment. At this time, Ethan found that he could also control his body, but it was very uncoordinated. Try magic on me. I feel that my physique is now terribly strong. After a while, when they recovered, Ethan controlled a dragon head and lowered the volume to complete the communication. But if you control 5 heads at the same time, there are too many fields of vision and it is a bit difficult to take care of them. But it crashed right after taking off, and it was a face break. The 5 dragon faces plowed marks on the ground, and the whole dragon was in trouble. Fortunately, his body was strong enough and his face was thick enough. Ethan didn't feel uncomfortable after getting up. If you want to control it perfectly, you still need to practice more. If he wanted to complete the instantaneous transformation between human and animal like Professor McGonagall, he had to continue to work hard. Then Ethan saw their hair and wizard robes were blown back, and they looked confused. The red head opened, and a cone of flame spewed out from the dragon's mouth, burning the target as easy as breathing. It was not difficult. Ethan turned around and made the whole room tremble with a few steps. Dragons have high magic resistance, not to mention his current image, and he also stacked the talent of determination. Chapter 179. The next day, which was Sunday, it was still stormy outside. Ethan, who had successfully completed the animagus transformation, was still very excited and in a very good mental state even though he hadn't slept all night. When he arrived at the auditorium, Ethan found that a large number of young wizards gathered on the bulletin board. What was Dumbledore doing again? Ethan had no intention of squeezing over. Yesterday's animagus transformation made him very hungry and he was eager to have a good meal. Besides, when Terry found out about this, he squeezed over immediately. According to his personality, he would definitely come back to spread the news after figuring out the situation. Sitting at the long table of Ravenclaw, Ethan, who was eating, attracted the attention of the young wizards around him. On his left and right sides, Penelope and Chujong helped to get food. I was really envious and cried. Besides, he was so handsome. Ethan used to eat a lot. He had to eat enough food for 4 or 5 people to be full. But now he had enough food for 10 people. He was still eating. He didn't seem to stop eating. Thankfully, Hogwarts didn't charge for meals and it was a self-service type. You could eat as much as you wanted. But they couldn't understand. Although Ethan was tall and strong, there were seniors who were taller and stronger than Ethan. But no one could eat like that. After Ethan finished eating, his stomach didn't bulge and he didn't get fat. Does eating more mean you have a higher talent? Ethan didn't care about what others thought. He ate for more than half an hour before slowing down. Okay, I'm almost full. Ethan asked Penelope and Chujong to stop eating the bacon. Ethan had eaten all the food around him, and he was almost 70% full, which was enough. I just don't know if this sudden increase in appetite is a temporary side effect of consuming a lot of physical strength and energy after using the animagus form. Or is this appetite the norm in the future? Will we become like this in the future? After Penelope went to the front to prepare her breakfast, she sat next to Ethan. There was obvious worry on her face. She was the type who ate less for 3 meals, especially meat. If her appetite suddenly increased, she didn't know if her body would also increase. Now the place where she should grow is big enough, and she doesn't need more nutrition. I used to be a little worried. Ethan's appetite was a little more than that of ordinary people at the beginning, but it was just a little bit, but the next day after taking the magic blood, it soared to 4 or 5 times that of ordinary people. Now after learning animagus, his appetite is even more terrifying. It won't be long before I have to take the magic blood, and as for animagus, according to Ethan, this must also be learned, but it has to wait until the level of transfiguration is high enough. The appetite will definitely increase, but it won't be like mine, don't worry. And with the improvement of physical fitness, digestion and metabolism will also improve. As long as you don't take in too much energy, you won't get fat. Ethan could see their worries. But they didn't have blood sublimation, just ordinary magical animal blood, and the improvement in all aspects would not be as great as Ethan's. Chujong on the side was not so worried. Cats were not big, and they were not fat, and they had a small appetite. It was likely that there would not be any big changes after taking the magic blood. After all, except for a few cats, other cats were not fat, but their hair was longer and they looked big. Once they got wet, they would be beaten back to their original shape. Ethan, you have eaten all the breakfast here. Terry pulled Michael and others over from the bulletin board, looking at the empty breakfast around Ethan, feeling a little incredible. Although Ethan can eat, but not to this extent. Well, what's written on the notice board? Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge is coming tonight, and he wants to give an explanation about the Dementors. This is what's written. After reading the announcement just now, he communicated with other young wizards for a long time. Everyone speculated that Fudge couldn't stand the pressure. After all, after Harry was attacked on the Quidditch field yesterday, the young wizards who had been somewhat quiet began to communicate with their families again. Many of the communications with their families followed the same template: you can't go to school anymore. You will be attacked by Dementors at any time. If you can't do it, you should transfer to another school. This template was first spread from Ravenclaw, but was soon copied by other young wizards. Being attacked by Dementors, let alone the issue of whether you will die or not, if you faint or wet your pants in public, you may die socially. Not to mention that you can't survive in Hogwarts, it's not easy to survive in the British teacher world. It seems that Fudge finally couldn't stand the pressure. Who said it wasn't? I just heard them say. Terry didn't even bother to eat breakfast now, and he kept talking about what he had just heard and his guesses. The little wizards around were almost in the same state, discussing this matter, and their faces were obviously excited. It was obvious that this round was won by his side. Fudge made his own choice to take the Dementors out of Hogwarts. After all, if the Dementors were not taken away, no one would listen to the explanation, and everyone would still tell their families about the situation. At 6:30 in the evening, Xiao Gang and the others had gathered in the auditorium. The auditorium was also redecorated today. It can't be compared with Christmas and Halloween, but it is also at the level of the first day of school. Dumbledore and his team of professors were already ready on the podium. Sitting on the side were Cornelius Fudge and the Pink Toad. In addition to them, there were a few new faces. As expected, these were all officials from the Ministry of Magic. It's still Dumbledore stood up first, still dressed the same, looking at the little wizards below with a smile on his face. Classmates, today we have to explain to everyone the problem of Dementors attacking Hogwarts many times. Fudge, who could barely maintain a smile, froze in an instant after hearing what Dumbledore said. Isn't it obvious that he is giving me a cold shoulder? I will remember this grudge. Fudge bowed to the little wizards below. First, he gave Ravenclaw 200 extra points and then he talked about some arrangements after the Dementors left Hogwarts, etc. This is really a compromise that can't be helped. Not to mention, Fudge would take the Dementors away later. Fudge forced himself to put on a fake smile and stepped forward. As for Dumbledore's smile just now was interpreted by Fudge as a provocation. More than 20 pureblood families and the last wizard family have expressed their dissatisfaction in various ways. As for cancelling the Dementors' patrol of Hogwarts, Fudge didn't care about this action that he had vigorously promoted. Instantly, the whole auditorium burst into warm applause, and Ethan walked onto the stage amid the applause. In addition, due to Ethan, Adrian saved many Hogwarts students, so we decided to award him the Merlin Order First Class Badge. We can't just turn a blind eye. It seems that this reward has no advanced level and can only be obtained once. Isn't it just a slap in the face? For the sake of the future, what does it matter if I apologize? Fudge was not surprised by this. What he needed now was to give both sides a step that they could accept. Ethan's 2 massacres of Dementors were undoubtedly a loss of face for himself, but admitting his mistakes meant admitting Ethan's achievements. Otherwise, how can we say that Ethan saved the little wizards of Hogwarts? From today on, I will take the Dementors away from Hogwarts and promise not to let them step into Hogwarts again. Fudge bowed to all the little wizards. His attitude was quite low at the moment, trying to be gentle and humble. Before, I was too anxious and eager to catch Sirius Black, the most evil prisoner in history, so I did a lot of wrong things. I apologize to everyone again here, and hope to gain your understanding. Compared with the last time, although this awarding ceremony was quite informal, it was okay with so many little wizards witnessing it, but Ethan didn't give any prompts after completing the achievement until he stepped down. Dumbledore smiled at Fudge. Now, please invite the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, to come forward. Anyone with a normal mind could hear the evasion and insincerity in Fudge's words. Last time, Ethan killed dozens of Dementors at once, and he thought he was going to be taken for a talk. But Fudge was the Minister of Magic after all, and he was not someone who could be pointed at by people like the king. To be honest, Fudge didn't want to present this medal. When the little wizards below heard Fudge say this, they neither applauded nor expressed any opinions. First of all, I'm sorry for the series of things that the Dementors did. If he had known that the Dementors would cause such a big mess, he would never let them come. But this round, he really lost. If he can't handle it well, the position of the Minister of Magic will be unstable. Fudge took the Merlin Order badge brought by the Ministry of Magic members behind him, and then put it on Ethan himself. Now please invite Ethan Adrian to the stage. Unexpectedly, the little wizards asked their parents to put pressure on Fudge. Not only did he not have to go to the Ministry of Magic for tea, but Fudge had to give him an explanation instead. This made Dumbledore feel quite good. Fudge retreated after presenting the medal. Dumbledore continued to speak. Chapter 180. It was December. The Dementors left Hogwarts, and Ethan was very reluctant to let them go. There was no source of replenishment for the time being, and the Dementors in hand were one less each time they were used, unless one day they went to Azkaban to make a big move. This also made Ethan very careful when doing research, fearing that a Dementor would be wasted. Experiments that can threaten life are basically done with boggets. It is cheap and there are many of them, so life is cheap. Dementors can actually reproduce, but not the biological reproduction of male and female mating. The environment required is quite special, and some negative emotions and the help of other Dementors are needed to give birth to new Dementors. Azkaban is a place that can meet these conditions. Ethan naturally cannot meet these conditions and cannot reproduce on his own, so he can only focus on the Dementors in Azkaban. The other little wizards were overjoyed at the news, especially Harry. After he came out of the hospital, he learned that the Dementors were cleared out of the Hogwarts campus, and he was happy for several days. I just don't know if he can still learn the Patronus without pressure. In other words, if there are no Dementors in Hogwarts, it is not certain whether he will learn this spell. Of course, this spell is not good for the little wizards. Voldemort was useless. Ravenclaw's secret room, in the small compartment of the tool table. Ethan used the goblin soul knife to carefully cut the boggart on the table. Now the body of the boggart left on the table is still 1/3. Whether it is a boggart or a Dementor, Ethan tried several times and tried all kinds of ideas. The soul and the body must not be separated. If they are separated forcibly, the only way is that the soul will be scattered, which blocks Ethan's idea of stripping the pure soul. So Ethan didn't worry about the separation of the soul and the body later, but tried to keep its core, that is, the heart and brain, remove the excess parts. Today, it is finally about to succeed, and Ethan's cutting speed is getting slower and slower. Until there are only 2 black things left on the workbench, Ethan put away the knife. The only 2 remaining things were still beating, just like a real heart and brain. But as time went by, the frequency of the two things beating was getting lower and lower. If Ethan was right, they were losing their activity. It seemed that they still needed a body to support them. After 7 minutes, the beating frequency was about to stop, and Ethan took action. He immediately offered sacrifices to a spirit made by Helheim magic. This was not the spirit made by the werewolf that Ethan had harvested, but the body of an earth elf. This little thing also contained magic power and was qualified to be a spirit, and there were a lot of them. Not to mention that they were all over the world, goblins were rampant in many places. As long as you gave out a little gold galleon, you would get a lot. It really can't be consumed no matter how you consume it. Ethan has already offered hundreds of them to Nibelungen to improve its stability and range. As the blue light spots merged into the two dark things, the two things started beating immediately as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and the frequency was even stronger than before. It seems that his idea is correct. Pure magic and vitality can also keep these things alive without relying on a body made up of messy things. After offering sacrifices to the two earth elves again, Ethan put them away. Judging from the vitality just now, there will definitely be no problem in the short term. Then Ethan pulled a Dementor out of Nibelungen. Before Ethan used the exorcism spell, the Dementor trembled and crawled on the ground. It was scared. During this period of time, all the Dementors pulled out by Ethan never appeared again. What does this mean? They don't know. But there is no way, their lives are in the hands of the other party. After Ethan took a glance, a spell was cast on it, and then the Dementor lay obediently on the workbench. Since Fudge took the Dementor away, this was the first time Ethan had used a Dementor. Previously, he had used a Boggart. Now that he had achieved some results, it was the turn of the Dementor. He threw aside the props in his hand, which had consumed most of their durability, and took out another goblin from the box of the Traceless extension spell, and then used the killing spell to harvest the life, using the soul as a knife. Ethan was already quite familiar with this step. After doing all this, the cloak on the shelf next to him floated over the goblin's body and cleaned up the scene. Voldemorts, Boggarts, and Dementors are similar things. But in terms of number, Voldemorts are even rarer. Dementors at least have a habitat, where there are hundreds of them, but Voldemorts live in the rainforest, and their number is extremely rare, and they are solitary. Ethan also asked SLES's people to collect them. Now there are 5 in the American headquarters, most of which were captured in the Amazon in South America, but the number is far from enough. Some of the poachers are still catching them inside, and Ethan pays for this part of the money out of his own pocket. Of course, this cost is much cheaper than buying outside. The reason for this is that even if you become a boss, you can't let the people below work for you for free. Otherwise, who will follow you? Even if there is a mark of a ghost, the people below are not convinced and will not work hard, and the problem will not be solved at that time. Anyway, he had collected decades of savings from the former boss of the THRES organization, and the THRES organization was also continuously providing money. The cooperation with the Wally family had income every quarter, but Tom's Nocturne Alley, AIC, had no income yet, and the protection fee collected could only cover some expenses. In short, Ethan really had no shortage of money now. It was just that the Dementor had been following him for so long that he hadn't done anything to it. Otherwise, he would have used it for experiments long ago. Ethan took the azure blue knife composed of magic and soul and kept slashing the Dementor's body. Ethan knew all the parts of the Dementor's body, but in just a few moments, most of its tissues were removed. These tissues turned into black smoke and dissipated in just 30 to 50 seconds after being removed. As Ethan's hands moved the knife more and more slowly, the Dementor's body tissues were getting smaller and smaller. Unfortunately, in the end, no one knew which step went wrong, and the separation failed. As a result, the remaining part of the Dementor's body turned directly into black smoke and dissipated. There was no other way, so Ethan pulled out another Dementor and repeated the previous action. It was not until the 4th Dementor that he succeeded. Like the previous Boggart, only 2 beating things were left, but the Dementor's remaining individual was larger and a little greyish in color. Similarly, not long after, the beating rate of both the Dementor's brain and heart began to slow down. In order to keep it alive, Ethan could only offer sacrifices to the Helheim spirit again. Dong! 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 There was a knock on the door, and Ethan directly put away all the items on the tool table. Now in Ravenclaw's secret room, only Cassandra and the others could knock on the door. In addition to doing experiments, today is also the day for the successful brewing of magic. Since the last step is not that troublesome, you only need someone to watch and extinguish the flame to cool the potion at the most appropriate time. This step can be done by anyone who has a basic knowledge of potions. Since each bottle of potion was brewed, Ethan deliberately staggered the time. This is also to make the operation more convenient. Whether adding blood or stirring, it takes time. So there is a gap of nearly 3 hours between the first and last bottles. For such a long time, Ethan naturally couldn't just wait by the side, so he handed the last step to Cassandra and others. And Ethan came here to do the experiment, and asked them to call him after success. Is the potion finished? Ethan opened the door and asked Penelope outside. It's finished, every bottle. If you can't do this little thing well, you are unworthy of being a 7th grader. However, even so, the girls were still very nervous. From the time they arrived at the Ravenclaw secret room to now, they have been staring at the crucible for boiling the potion, fearing that something went wrong. They know how difficult it is to brew the potion and how much it costs. Okay, I'll go and see. Ethan said and walked towards the place where the potion was brewed. At this moment, the alcohol lamp that had been burning here for several months has been extinguished, and several crucibles have been cleaned by magic and placed aside. There are several bottles of blood-red potions on the table. Ethan, who has taken it once, can tell at a glance that it is successful. And each bottle of potion has a small label on it. Cassandra Worley, Fire Dragon / Magic Blood. Penelope Clearwater, Thunderbird / Magic Blood Chujong, Cat Civet / Magic Blood 2 Hermione Granger, Unicorn / Magic Blood Nagini, Basilisk / Magic Blood Luna Lovegood, Cat / Magic Blood 2. These labels and containers for the Magic Blood potion were prepared in advance. And at this moment, except Luna, everyone is here. Luna is not suitable to take this potion now, and the reasons have been mentioned before. Bring all the potions, let's go to the room of requirement. There will be a lot of noise later, and this place can't stand it. Ethan, who had experienced it once, immediately reminded. The moment I took the magic blood, it was like the magic power bursting out when the little wizard awakened, and this was an enhanced version. I will make up a chapter tomorrow, and I'm going to sleep. I have a headache, I don't know if I have a cold. Chapter 181. Ethan brought Cassandra and others to the room of requirement. Looking at the women in front of him, Ethan asked, who will start first? Although there was no danger when Ethan took the magic blood. But during this process, people are very uncomfortable and in a state of loss of control. In this state of loss of control, Ethan feels that it is better for him to stay here to observe, even if there is any accident, he can help. As for the dangers caused by loss of control, it is not a problem for Ethan. Cassandra and Hermione and others looked at each other for a few times. Just when Cassandra was about to come out, Penelope spoke first, I will do it. Ethan nodded, Penelope is indeed more suitable. Among the women, except Nagini, Penelope is the strongest and the oldest. You can go to the small room next to it and wait, or go out, I will stay here alone. Ethan can guarantee his own safety, but he can't guarantee that he can guarantee the safety of everyone else while observing Penelope. Okay, then we'll go out and wait, and not compete with Penelope for the space in the room of requirement. Chujong made a decision quickly. Last time, Ethan told him in detail about the process of taking the magic blood. Naturally, he knew that after Ethan used the fire, the room of requirement continued to expand its space, which was also to prevent it from being destroyed by the violent magic and fire. This shows that the room of requirement has its limits. It doesn't mean that if you ask it to give you a world that belongs to you, it will give it to you. It is not something that cannot be damaged. After exceeding its upper limit, it can also be destroyed. If you ask for a room in the room of requirement at this moment, it will occupy a part of the magic and space share of the room of requirement. And there is an interesting thing about the room of requirement, as long as there are people inside. The people inside ask not to let people outside in, then people outside can't open the door of the room of requirement by any means. Until this huge and empty room, only Ethan and Penelope are left. If you are ready, you can start. Ethan stepped back, leaving the space in the middle to Penelope. Penelope nodded, and then stared at the blood-red potion in her hand. More than 10 seconds later, she opened the bottle cap and poured a small bottle of potion directly into her mouth with her eyes closed. Then the first feeling was a strong smell of blood, followed by a tingling sensation from the tongue to the throat and stomach. It was as if the whole person was electrocuted, and it came from the inside of the body. The burning pain and electric shock made Penelope feel so painful that she wanted to die. Even though she had prepared to endure the pain before, she couldn't stand it at this time. And this was completely different from what Ethan said, but she had no time to think or explain it now. She squatted on the ground in extreme pain. Ethan, who was in this room, naturally noticed Penelope's abnormality, but didn't think too much about it. This is what I have experienced. When taking the magic blood, the body will undergo a transformation process, which is quite painful. And it is best not to use magic potions to remove these pains, otherwise no one knows what adverse consequences will occur. So Ethan can only watch from the side and pray that everything is safe. Soon Ethan felt a huge surge of magic power around Penelope, which is invisible, but Ethan can feel it. This is the explosion of magic power after taking the magic blood, and Ethan also experienced such a scene. During this process, Ethan also saw that the pain on Penelope's face was easing, and the person stood up. The pain was already within the tolerable range, and Penelope, who was already able to move, followed Ethan's advice, drew out his magic wand, and began to practice magic. Thunders shot out from the tip of Penelope's magic wand. The spears and giant hammers formed continued to ravage the entire space, and the surrounding ground was charred. At this moment, Penelope felt that he was omnipotent, which was more powerful than ever before. Ethan could only put on an armor to protect himself, because he didn't know whether Penrose did it intentionally or unintentionally, but some lightning always struck him. The whole process lasted for 7 or 8 minutes, and Penrose put away the magic wand. Ethan walked over and found that she was sweating all over her head, but the excitement on her face could not be concealed at all. "How do you feel?" Ethan asked curiously. "My magic power has increased a lot, and my physical fitness should have improved as well. I feel stronger, and my control and power over Mjolnir and Gungnir have been strengthened. This should be affected by the ability of Thunderbird to control lightning." Penrose was quite satisfied with the effect of the magic blood, and the previous pain was really not in vain. Before taking the magic blood, the release of Gungnir was not very successful, but now there is no problem with the release, and the release speed of Mjolnir is faster and more stable. The improvement in magic power is even greater, directly doubling. If he were to fight against his previous self, Penelope was confident that he could defeat him within 3 moves. "Okay, as long as you are satisfied, I will let them in now. You can tell them about your feelings later." Ethan asked for a sofa, helped Penelope sit down, and then walked towards the door. Penelope took the magic blood, and she can challenge some difficult movements when doing exercise in the future, which is a great thing. With a rippled smile, Ethan pulled Cassandra and others who were waiting outside the door in. Then several people surrounded Penelope and asked some specific details. After all, only Ethan had taken it once before, and there was too little reference experience. It was only after hearing Penelope's account that Ethan realized that her feelings about taking magic blood were different from Ethan's. But at the same time, this also further ensured the safety of magic blood. "Okay, it's getting late now, who's next?" It took more than 3 hours to wait for all the magic blood to be boiled in the Ravenclaw secret room. Now it's more than 1 o'clock in the morning, and the sun has risen, and it's not over yet. "Let me do it." This is also made with Onyxia's blood, and the feeling should be similar to Ethan's. When everyone saw Cassandra stand up, they didn't mean to compete with her. They immediately took Penelope out of the room and went outside to wait. Cassandra didn't hesitate and drank the bright red blood potion in one gulp. The pain came immediately, and the potion bottle in her hand couldn't be held anymore, and it fell to the ground and shattered. Just as Ethan said at the beginning, the bloody taste was extreme. After the fiery curse, Cassandra practiced the fire god's way. It was not the pain of burning or electric shock, but just simple muscle and bone soreness. Only Ethan has a panel that can clear the learning speed of the process, otherwise it is difficult for others to detect this by feeling. Others are here to suffer, but you are here to enjoy, right? Ethan also watched Cassandra's face turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye, but Penelope didn't have this phenomenon just now. Now that Cassandra has taken the magic blood, her ability to control fire will definitely improve, and she will be able to improve her proficiency in these 3 magics. Ethan can also slowly teach her how to fuse magic. Doing experimental research on magic is a very dangerous thing. Luna's mother died because of an accident. After Cassandra, it was Nagini's turn. This was a bit outrageous. But after Nagini drank it, Ethan found that there was no discomfort on her face, and her whole performance was quite normal. And she was transformed into a snake on the spot. In the past, when she transformed into a snake, she only had the ability of poison, but now her eyes have the ability of instant death. After finishing, Nagini expressed her feelings, which was a chill, but not very uncomfortable. During this period of magic explosion, Nagini practiced some conventional magic and black magic, and did not practice 2 or 3 spells desperately like Cassandra and Penelope before. Finally, it was Chu Zhang's turn, and he also felt pain. Oh, when it was Hermione's turn, she did not feel any discomfort like Nagini. From the throat to the stomach, it was burned and painful, just like drinking a mouthful of magma, and then all over the body, from muscles to tendons, there was no place that didn't itch and hurt. But Cassandra practiced the fiery curse. Ethan exploded several times at the beginning. If he hadn't had a high enough ability to control the flame, he would have been blown half to death at that time. Even if he was directly blown to death, it is not impossible. Whether it is the fiery curse, fire escape bodyguard or fire god's way, they are all extremely dangerous and advanced magic. If you don't have enough proficiency and understanding, you will have accidents if you change their nature rashly. Of course, although Nagini did not feel too uncomfortable, her magic power and physical fitness were still improved. Then there was a burst of magic power. Taking this opportunity, Hermione mainly practiced armor protection and several other protective magic. When she turned into a human form, this ability would be a little weak, but according to Nagini, she could burst out more magic power and achieve instant death. Sure enough, different magic bloods have different manifestations after drinking. Afterwards, Hermione said that after drinking the magic blood, she felt a little warm, as if she was taking a bath, and she didn't feel any discomfort. As for the complex magic, Ethan did not teach Cassandra, she was not up to the requirement yet. Ethan probably thought it was related to the fact that Nagini had been transformed into a snake frequently because of the blood curse, and then she had been transformed into a snake for several decades, so her body would not be affected by the side effects of the magic blood. Later, like Penelope, Cassandra also began to practice magic after the magic power exploded. There was even a little enjoyment on her face, and Ethan looked like a ghost. If it weren't for the subsequent explosion of magic, Ethan would have thought that the magic blood potion had failed to be brewed and had no effect. Her magic blood was from the basilisk, and Ethan didn't know how her body would react to the basilisk. The noise of the magic explosion was also the smallest. This time is the best time to practice magic. Chapter 182. 2 weeks before the Christmas holiday, heavy snow fell in the Scottish Highlands. Only one night passed, and the whole Hogwarts turned into a snow country the next day. During this period, Ravenclaw also played a Quidditch game with Hufflepuff. The captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team graduated last year, and this year the new captain is Cedric, the actor of Ethan. At the same time, he played the position of Seeker in the Quidditch game. Unfortunately, during the game, facing Chu Zhang who took the magic blood, Cedric could not get any advantage. There was no way, Chu Zhang was better than Cedric in agility, perception, or dynamic vision. Not long after the game started, Hufflepuff led by 30 points. But Chu Zhang caught the golden snitch in a short while, and directly got 150 points to reverse the situation and end the game. The whole game ended less than half an hour after it started, which was completely incomparable to the last Gryffindor vs Slytherin. At the same time, this game was not very interesting. After Chu Zhang walked around in the sky, he seemed to be able to predict where the golden snitch would run and blocked it on the spot. After the second Quidditch game May 17th ended, Christmas was approaching. The castle was also filled with a busy Christmas atmosphere. The little wizards discussed where to spend the holiday, or what kind of Christmas gifts their families would prepare for them. Professor Flitwick would decorate the classroom every time, whether it was Christmas or Halloween. This time was no exception. He decorated the classroom with colorful lights. These lights were all cast with spells. They could turn into real fairies and fan the fairy in the air. This scene was well received by many little wizards. At the same time, Ethan and others also completed the holiday application. Not many people can stay in Hogwarts to spend Christmas every year. Those who stay in Hogwarts to celebrate the holiday with professors are either from families with bad relationships or orphans. In addition, there is another opportunity to go to Hogsmeade Village in the last week before the holiday. Just like last time, the Guardian's signature is required for release. In previous years, there were not so many opportunities to go to Hogsmeade. There was only one chance per semester. I don't know what's going on this year. These little wizards are naturally very excited about this matter. They are not with Ethan, like Fred and George, can run to Hogsmeade at any time. This is not a night tour. You can move freely in Hogwarts by avoiding Selsh. Without knowing the tunnel leading to Hogsmeade, it is very difficult to arrive at Hogsmeade without being discovered by the professors. This time before Christmas, it is open to Hogsmeade, and you can buy something and take it home directly. Whether it is to have a happy Christmas for yourself or to choose Christmas gifts for friends and family in Hogsmeade, this is a good choice. Ethan naturally went to Hogsmeade this day, braving the heavy snow. The weather has been like this for several days in a row. The purpose of this trip is mainly to buy some Christmas gifts. If you come here today and get these, you won't have to go to Diagon Alley specifically for Christmas gifts. Hogsmeade also received the news in advance. When the little wizards arrived, the place had been decorated in advance, with a bit of Christmas flavor. There were also many part-time staff dressed as Santa Claus to welcome guests outside. The senior sister Edwina I met last time is no longer doing these part-time jobs. She successfully joined the company last month and found a stable job in the wizarding world. Today Ethan is not in the mood to wander around. He originally wanted to go to the place Terry mentioned to enjoy the striptease of the Vila Kongzhang, only needs 10 gold galleons for the ticket, which is very cheap. Maybe he can find some hidden villa services here. As for the centaurs and mermaids, forget about it. Ethan can't bear it. But there is always at least one girl around him, which makes Ethan couldn't find a suitable opportunity, so he had to give up this tempting idea. Then he went to Honeyduke's candy store to buy some candies and snacks. This was the largest amount. Last year, Ethan received more than 200 Christmas gifts, which meant that he had to give out the same amount this year. Candies occupied a large part of the market here. Ethan almost bought all the popular ones on the counter, and asked the boss lady to take out the goods from the warehouse with a smile. He bought some alchemical gadgets at Davis and Band's stores, mainly general alchemical products. Ethan didn't want to do it himself, so it was better to buy some ready-made ones. He went to Wenrenja feather pen shop again. This is a shop that sells all kinds of feather pens, from feathers of ordinary animals to feathers made of feathers of magical animals, and some are feather pens specially for collection. Ethan also bought some here. The price was not expensive. This was more suitable than candy for the little wizard of Ravenclaw. Before leaving, he went to Zunko's joke shop to choose a few new products and 10 big dung eggs. The twins liked this. What could he do? But today, Ethan saw George here, but Fred was still nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that he had gone to find a date again. As for the rocket crossbow that Chuzhong was going to give him, Ethan had asked Tom to find someone to order one from the Quidditch boutique in Diagon Alley. It was guaranteed to be shipped before Christmas. It was estimated that when Chuzhong got the rocket crossbow, the Quidditch of other colleges would not have to play. At that time, Chuzhong would just have to perform alone. After returning to Hogwarts in the evening, a piece of gossip spread in the school. Fudge and Professor McGonagall appeared in the Three Broomsticks and talked about Sirius with the proprietress, Mrs. Rosmerta. And they also talked about the things between Sirius Black and Harry's parents, and how Sirius betrayed the Potters. Many people are discussing this now. When Professor McGonagall heard about it, she came out to refute the rumor and said that it was not true. But everyone obviously didn't believe it. After all, Professor McGonagall and Fudge did not hide their tracks when they appeared at the Three Broomsticks, and this scene was seen by many people. The Three Broomsticks was already popular with many young wizards, and these people came to see where Mrs. Rosmerta gathered. Even though the Three Broomsticks did not accept underage wizards because of the arrival of the Minister of Magic that day, there were still many people outside. There were also some 6th-year students and 7th-year students who were adults and could sit in openly. Who made this charming widow so attractive to these teenage boys with bursting hormones? Some even listed the Three Broomsticks as a must-check-in place every time they arrived at Hogsmeade Village. During this process, some people were naturally curious about what the Minister of Magic was doing here, and he entered the box with Professor McGonagall, and yes, it was Madame Rosmerta. Many people were very gossipy about this, and had many speculations, mainly divided into two camps. One camp believed that this was Professor McGonagall and Fudge going on a blind date at the Three Broomsticks bar, although Professor McGonagall was a little older, and she was not married yet. Although Fudge was fat and ugly, he was the Minister of Magic anyway, and his status was still very high. It was not impossible for these two people to go on a blind date, and this statement was recognized by many people. The second camp was to think that Fudge wanted to bring Dementors into Hogwarts again, and this time he came here to get the support of Professor McGonagall. Many people also agreed with this view. When Fudge came that day, everyone with a discerning eye could see that he had not given up, and the action that night was just the result of compromise. Now it was completely possible for him to make a comeback. The two sides argued endlessly, and no one could convince the other, and each had their own reasons. This made many people think of eavesdropping, and they all wanted to prove that their statements were correct. As a result, they heard such a news, which was completely different from what the two sides had guessed, but it was also enough to be explosive. And these rumors were spread by these eavesdroppers, and the possibility of lies was not high. Seeing that the little wizards below did not believe what she said at all, Professor McGonagall had no choice. She originally denied this statement because she did not want Harry to know about it. Otherwise, the hatred of his parents being killed would likely make Harry lose his cool and seek revenge on Sirius. Dumbledore's plan was not told to Professor McGonagall. Although Professor McGonagall was very sad that his former student had done such a wrong thing, he did not think that someone had wronged him and even thought that Sirius, who betrayed James and his wife, would let Harry go. And now Sirius has escaped from prison, and his target is Harry. All signs show that Sirius is nearby and can enter and leave Hogwarts Castle. It would be fine if Harry didn't avoid Sirius, but if he took the initiative to find him, there was a chance that they would meet. Harry's current level was far inferior to Sirius when he was still in school, and if he really met him, Harry would probably be in danger. This made Professor McGonagall very worried. Professor McGonagall even applied to Dumbledore to prevent Harry from going to Hogsmeade and returning home during the Christmas holidays. Hogwarts was the safest place. Once Harry encounters Sirius outside, there is basically no chance of escape. And Sirius can also look for Harry without restraint, without having to be as timid as he was in Hogwarts. But all these requests were rejected by Dumbledore. In this regard, Professor McGonagall was a little dissatisfied with Dumbledore's decision, but there was nothing he could do. After dinner in the hall and listening to gossip, Ethan returned to Ravenclaw Tower. He had to accompany Cassandra and the others to practice the Patronus charm. Chapter 183. Expecto Patronus. Times 4 several voices sounded at almost the same time, but except for a wisp of white mist floating from the tip of Hermione's wand, nothing happened to the others. Ethan could only drive the Dementors aside. Without the depressing atmosphere brought by the Dementors, Cassandra and the others were relieved. Looking at the people with obvious fear in their eyes, Ethan gave each of them a piece of chocolate. It was bought at Honeyduke's candy store during the day. Eating sweets such as chocolate can release serotonin in the brain, which can have a positive effect on people's emotions, help drive away depression, and make people feel more excited. In the original book, after Harry was frightened by the Dementors and fainted, he was soothed by eating chocolate instead of drinking the joy potion. Now there is even less pressure for these mild patients. Anyway, as long as there is chocolate, you can save the effort of preparing potions, so why not? How do you feel? After the emotions of several people stabilized, Ethan asked. When facing the Dementors, the whole world is silent, people are desperate and sad, and they unconsciously recall the past. Chu Zhang said after carefully recalling his feelings just now. I didn't expect that facing the Dementors directly would be like this. No wonder Cassandra said that this method is weird and the failure rate is very high. Either you die or go crazy. So this is the case. When Ethan was facing dozens of Dementors in order to learn the Patronus charm, what kind of pressure did he face? Putting himself into the scene at that time, Zhang felt a little chilly. Now you take a good rest and start the next round later. Now it's Penelope's turn to try. Cassandra and the other four had never learned the Patronus charm, so they were asked to try it together. If Penlo is included, it would be meaningless. Penelope is already quite proficient in the first stage, so a Dementor would not be a problem for her. Hermione was able to successfully release it for the first time, even if it was only a little bit, which surprised Ethan. I don't know if this is a hidden effect of her taking the unicorn version of the magic blood. After all, other people have all undergone various changes after taking the magic blood potion. Even Chu Zhang's catnip magic blood potion is like this. But Hermione, except for the improvement of magic power and physical fitness, there is nothing special about her. Now it seems that this is an increase in positive, optimistic magic. In the original book, Hermione said that this spell is quite difficult. If Hermione could make some progress from the beginning, she would definitely not say that. And the reason for such a change is that the magic blood potion she took some time ago played a role. By the way, Luna also did not get to learn the Patronus this time. After taking the magic blood, she is in the most suitable state for learning. Penelope, How many Dementors do you want to try? The more Dementors there are, the greater the pressure will be. If they gather together in groups, even the professor will find it difficult. Pinlo had already faced Dementors on the Hogwarts Express. If she only sends one now, it is estimated that it will not be very effective. 2. If it's not enough, add more. Originally, Pinlo wanted to say 5 at first, but after seeing the scene of Cassandra and the others, she decided to reduce the number. After all, if you don't have Ethan's talent, don't learn from him. Okay, then let's start with 2. The more than 40 Dementors at the beginning are still. Ethan had captured more than 30 Dementors in the back, which was enough for practice. After such a long rest, even if they didn't absorb the emotion of happiness, they all recovered at this moment. Under Ethan's control, the 2 Dementors approached Penelope. As the distance got closer, Penelope frowned and her face became quite ugly. Expecto Patronus. A large piece of silver-white mist floated from the top of the wand in Penelope's hand and hit the 2 Dementors directly. Under Ethan's control, the 2 Dementors retreated sharply and escaped, otherwise they would be injured again. Once injured, it would take a lot of time to recover. Add another one, and I feel that the pressure is still not enough. Penelope knew that only when she was most desperate could she succeed. Rest for a while, eat some chocolate, and come back later. Ethan shook his head and refused. They didn't have super high magic resistance and recovery speed like him. It would be inappropriate to be too tight. Yet, Penelope didn't refuse this either. She sat down next to Cassandra and the others and picked up a piece of chocolate on the table and started eating. Today is a holiday at Hogwarts. For the past few nights, Ethan has been practicing the Patronus charm with Cassandra and the others. It wasn't until last night that Penelope completed the second stage of the Patronus charm. This was completed under the pressure of 7 Dementors. The image is a huge eagle with 3 pairs of wings. There is no doubt that this is the image of Thunderbird. And as soon as it appeared, it seriously injured the 7 Dementors that Ethan used for Penelope to practice, so that they retired and recovered in advance. At the same time, this also proves that after taking magic blood and possessing the blood of magical animals, the image of the Patronus charm will change. Ethan's situation is not an isolated case. This also makes Cassandra and the others work harder. Under the heavy pressure of the Dementors, there have been some progress, such as Cassandra can release a wisp of silver mist. If it weren't for the high-pressure environment of the Dementors, Ethan and Cassandra would never be able to learn 10 points in their lifetime. Hermione's progress is much better than Cassandra and the others. Although she has not reached the second stage, she is almost there. Now she is also trained alone by Ethan, not with Cassandra and the others. The follow-up training of the Patronus charm will wait until the holiday comes. Now we should have a good Christmas. Well, I don't want to touch this thing during this holiday. In the carriage of the Hogwarts Express, Chu Jong nodded, quite agreeing with Ethan's opinion. Dementors are unlucky at first glance. If you encounter them during the holidays, you will be unlucky for the whole year. Cassandra and others have no objection to this. During this period, I have been practicing the Patronus charm with Dementors all day, which has caused me to have a bad rest. I am in a trance every day and often wake up in the middle of the night. It's better to rest now. By the way, Ethan, didn't you say you could give us the key to your house? Is it ready now? Hermione suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly. According to the rules of my family, it is very difficult to spend Christmas at Ethan's place. Either spend it at home, or apply to stay in school and spend it at Hogwarts, but if I want to go out after returning home, my old father will definitely not agree. If I want to meet Ethan, the best thing to use is the key, but I still need Ethan to send me back. There is no way, I am not old enough to learn apparition, and Ethan does not teach this magic. This is the door key. It was made more than a month ago. If you want to come over now, you can come anytime. Ethan took out 5 bracelets directly. The largest red agate in room 697 after being polished is the door key. This was not made by Ethan either. Instead, Ethan gave Hatch the method of making the door key and asked him to make it at home. House elves have strong spell casting abilities and can learn many methods of wizards. Ethan gave him the method of making the door key. Anyway, Ethan has been studying at Hogwarts for such a long time, and Hatch has nothing to do at home except cleaning. This time can be fully utilized, and it happens that making a door key takes a lot of time. Hatch sent it over a few days after Halloween after completing it all. So after having a house elf, it has to be put to good use. Then we'll take it. Hermione took one and put it on her wrist. Penelope, Chujong, and Luna did the same. The last one was put on Nagini's hand by Ethan. Although she always followed him, she had to have what others had. As for Cassandra, the first portkaya Ethan made was taken by Cassandra's mother and then given to Cassandra. Then they started chatting, mainly about how they spent the Christmas holiday and all the interesting things that happened to themselves and their families in the past Christmas. Time passed very quickly. As the sky darkened, the train arrived at King's Cross Station. After everyone got off the train, Ethan said hello to Hermione, Luna, and Chujong, and then took Cassandra and others to activate the portkaya and returned directly to their home in Godred Hollow. And Hermione and the others were all picked up by their families. I have seen Ethan several times, so there is no need to make myself familiar with him now. When I returned home, Hatch was already waiting here, and dinner and other things were already prepared. Chapter 184. In the morning, Ethan woke up from the big bed at home. The air was filled with the smell of heather. Penelope and Nagini were on his left and right. At this moment, they had a satisfied smile on their faces, but they had no intention of waking up. Ethan did not disturb them. After taking the magic blood, the physical fitness of the two women improved greatly, especially Nagini, whose endurance was now quite strong. If it were not for Ethan's blood sublimation and the buff that added physical fitness, last night would have been difficult to end. After carefully removing the arms and thighs on his body, Ethan came to the clothes rack, where there were brand new clothes. After changing clothes and washing them, Ethan went out and gently closed the door. Cassandra was sitting on the sofa. When she heard the sound coming from the stairs, she turned her head unhappily, glanced at Ethan, and continued to look back at the magic book in her hand. Now Cassandra has gotten used to it, but she just hates why she still has a few years to become an adult. In terms of height, it has reached the standard, and the front armor has also had some fluctuations now, but she is still too young. Ethan could naturally see that Cassandra was resentful. He immediately took her to the restaurant, and Hatch brought breakfast over with great insight. Ethan also personally fed Cassandra breakfast, which took nearly an hour, and there was no lack of mouth-to-mouth feeding postures, and only then did Cassandra coax it. At this time, Ethan felt that he was too bad, but there was no way. He had come to this world, and a good girl should not be let down. After breakfast, Ethan and Cassandra read magic books for a while before leaving home. The Voldemort had been transported back a few days ago, and 2 more were caught later, so there are now a total of 7. Originally, they were going to be sent to Hogwarts, but Ethan thought that he was about to have a holiday, so he didn't let them do so. Now Ethan is going to take the Voldemort, and then do an experiment to see if his guess can succeed. If it succeeds, the backbone of his makeshift team will be there. Unlike now, apart from himself and Tom, there are few capable fighters. The THRES organization is similar. The members responsible for poaching outside are quite powerful, but in fact they are not even as good as Aurors. Only the former deputy leader Montgomery Abbott, who was later defeated by Tom, has the strength of an elite Auror. Overall, it is still a bit too lame. Relying on himself and Tom to support the facade, this is totally not good. It is a bit unmanageable. Compared with Voldemort's team in Azkaban, it is still a bit behind. Using apparition to directly reach Dennis's base in Nocturne Alley, Dennis has been waiting there for a long time. "Boss, Voldemort is ready, and I will bring it to you right away." The first time Dennis found Ethan, he came up with a humble smile on his face. Now Dennis is very glad for his original choice. If he had hesitated a little because of Ethan's age, the grass on his grave would be taller than him now. How could it be like this? Because he joined early enough, he now controls the European Wen-Yuan market. Life is really comfortable, with money and power. Even Jim, the current boss of the THRES organization, the big brother who led the surrender, has to be polite to him now. Ethan was not satisfied with Dennis's attitude. When this guy knelt down to surrender and kissed his shoes, Ethan knew that he didn't have much ability, but he knew how to deal with the situation. He kept him because he felt that he was useful. Now he is doing well, but his strength is a little weak. Soon, under Dennis's arrangement, 7 suitcases were brought up, and they were all detained in solitary confinement after being caught. Ethan put them away and left the base. Wearing a batrobe, Ethan was quite eye-catching walking on the streets of Nocturne Alley. The wizards around him frequently cast awe, admiration, fear, and other eyes. Ethan didn't care about these things and went directly to the base of the Witch Heart Society here. a small single-family Western-style building. Of course, there are also various magics set up inside. The space is not small. It used to be the lair of a group of black wizards who specialized in illegal activities in Nocturne Alley. Later, after being wiped out by Tom, they set this place as their base. Tom, you did a good job. Before Ethan came, someone had already returned to the base after seeing Ethan and notified Tom. During this period, the Witch Heart Society is steadily expanding, and there are more than 50 members. This is all my job. Tom showed a forced smile. After all, he was not Voldemort. He was just a special existence after a remnant soul gained life. Although he had ambitions and pride, he had been silent as a diary for decades and now had life and a body. He cherished everything now and didn't want to go back to the old days. Even obeying Ethan's orders had become a habit for some time. If he was stronger than Ethan, he would not be like this. He would have retaliated long ago and accepted Ethan as a dog instead of being a dog for Ethan. But now he had no choice. He couldn't beat him and his life was in his hands. What else could he do if he didn't behave himself? Seeing this, Ethan didn't say anything more. He patted Tom's shoulder and went directly to the laboratory in the base. Little Tom is now often doing some magic research, so naturally there is such a position. He took out a box that Dennis and others had just handed over to him and opened it directly. Inside was a transparent cage of the same type as the one that Ethan saw in the bat that was imprisoned on his body. He opened the cage door directly and threw a spell of exorcism directly on it. The bat immediately became obedient and floated on the workbench beside him. Seeing this scene, the bat on Ethan's body couldn't help but tremble. It knew exactly what would happen next. Fortunately, he followed the boss early, otherwise he would not be able to escape such a fate. He pulled out a goblin, sucked its life and turned its soul into a knife. Ethan took a deep breath and prepared to act. He was more cautious and careful than when he cut the Dementor. It was really not easy to get some bats. As the body of the bat left on the workbench became smaller and smaller, Ethan's movements became more and more gentle. A layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead, which was caused by his high concentration. Half an hour. Looking at the broken blade in his hand, Ethan realized that so much time had passed. When Ethan used the knife on the boggart, it never took more than 10 minutes. After sacrificing another goblin, Ethan took the blue blade and continued the task that had not been completed just now. Fortunately, before the blade collapsed, Ethan succeeded this time. There were only 2 black thin cloth-like things under the table, which were still filled with some black aura. Like the boggart and the Dementor, Ethan still offered sacrifices to the goblin's spirit to replenish its vitality and prevent it from dissipating. Then Ethan began to draw an alchemy array on the ground, which was a type of life alchemy. There are quite a lot of creatures in this area. For example, the textbook Monsters Monster book set by Hagrid this semester performs relatively simple life alchemy. The most famous ones are the Sphinx in Egypt and the Greek lion-headed mantis. These are specially made using alchemy to protect treasures. Now Ethan is depicting the alchemy array behind. Ethan found information about this from Nico. After more than an hour, Ethan spent a lot of materials to complete this huge alchemy array. A huge circular array with 3 small circles and 3 inverted triangles in the middle. The spirit of the werewolf wizard was pulled out of the Nibelungen. Now Ethan has kept the elite brought out by Fenrir Greybach. The soul was directly stripped out with the exorcism spell. As for the body, it was thrown into the alchemy array. Then Ethan placed the brains of Boggart, Dementor, and Voldemort, as well as the stripped souls, in their respective positions. Finally, he took out the spirits of 20 goblins outside the alchemy array. When the ancient wizards created these magical animals, they used various human tissues to ensure their activity, as well as the body tissues of magical animals for biological alchemy, and supplemented a large amount of flesh and blood in the middle to replenish its vitality, among which the flesh and blood of dragons was the best. At this moment, what Ethan needs to do is biological alchemy in terms of souls. If you want to replenish vitality, you can use the spirits of these goblins. As for whether it will work, you have to experiment to know. As Ethan activated the alchemy array, it first lit up with a silver-white glow, and then turned into a color intertwined with black and white. During this process, Ethan also continuously offered sacrifices to the spirits of these goblins to replenish the vitality of the creatures to be born inside. About 20 minutes later, Ethan had offered sacrifices to the spirits of 15 goblins. The light in the alchemy array began to fade, revealing a figure in the middle who was about 2 meters tall and dressed in a grey-black robe. He looked 7 times similar to the previous werewolf wizard, but he was particularly thin. It was indeed successful. Ethan still had control over it. It seemed that this was the role of the Helheim spirit inside. He could still control them without using the exorcism spell. It was that the specific abilities of Dementors, Voldemorts, and Boggarts were retained, but Ethan had no idea. But according to its current magic reaction, it was higher than Voldemorts and Dementors, and it was still in the spirit body, without flesh and blood. But whether it still had the ability to cast spells in the previous spirit period, Ethan was not very clear, and everything would be known after the experiment. But since it was successful, there was no other better way to deal with it. Ethan simply solved all the 6 Voldemorts under him at once. With the previous experience, the speed was much faster now. With the 6 activations of the alchemy array, 6 more similar creatures appeared around the finished product. They were all about 2 meters tall, wearing black and grey robes, and were equally thin. Only their faces showed different appearances because of the different spirits used. After cleaning up the scene, Ethan took the 7 alchemical creatures out of the laboratory and came to Tom. "This is my latest biological alchemy. During this period, you can take them to experiment with their abilities and see if there is any potential to be tapped." Ethan is still looking forward to them. Whether it is a Dementor or a Volibat, these are things that ordinary wizards cannot deal with. Biological alchemy composed of them should not be bad. Chapter 185. There are still 3 days left until Christmas. Early in the morning, Ethan still climbed up from Penelope and Nagini, washed up, and went to the restaurant to prepare to have dinner with Cassandra. But Hutch handed Ethan the wizard address book, and the flashing light on the cover meant that someone was sending him a message. During the holiday, Ethan directly threw the wizard mailbox into the living room and notified Hutch that if someone sent him a message, he would notify himself. Of course, Hutch was not qualified to check the information, and the only thing he could do was to notify himself. After taking it, Ethan did not rush to open it. Anyway, it was impossible to be urgent. If it were Hermione and the others, they would have said that they were very anxious, and they would have come directly with the door key, and would not have used the shield at all. As for the messages from other people, Ethan basically did not feel that there was anything urgent. The classmates at Hogwarts just chatted at most, and Tom and the others just reported some things. "What's the hurry?" After Ethan had breakfast, Hatch made a cup of coffee, and Ethan sat on the sofa and opened the mailbox. Sure enough, the first thing that caught his eye was Terry's message. The message was sent at around 10 o'clock last night, but at that time Ethan was still happily exercising with Penelope and Nagini. Even if Hatch saw the message coming to the wizard's mailbox, he didn't dare to disturb him, so he delayed it until now. But this is not a big deal. Since Terry earned a lot of gold galleons from Ethan, at least more than the pocket money of a pure-blood wizard from an average family. This also allowed him to buy a lot of small things in Hogsmeade Village and take them home. Some of them were for himself to eat and play, and some were given to other classmates as Ethan's original choice as 677 Christmas gifts. But yesterday, there was a small gathering at their house, and the uncle's 7-year-old son somehow found out the wizard snacks that Terry had hidden in the room. Among them were chocolate frogs, various candies, and black pepper urchins, which made his cousin perform a fire-breathing performance in front of everyone. At that time, Terry could only bite the bullet and say that these were magic props he had found on purpose. Later, his uncle's family and several relatives did not ask too much about it. But Terry was still very nervous. He knew that he could not casually tell Muggles about the wizarding world. Parents could be considered an exception, but parents were not allowed to explain these to others. Terry's explanation to others about going to Hogwarts was that he went to study in another place. Although he did not tell others about the wizarding world and did not perform magic in front of them, this type of snacks was almost the same as magic. As a student of Ravenclaw, even if he was more gossipy at ordinary times, he still liked to read books and was quite familiar with some of the rules and regulations of the wizarding world, especially in the area of Muggles. And this time, he felt like he was in trouble, and sent several messages in a row overnight, and was very worried that he would be visited by the Ministry of Magic. Ethan replied to him on the spot, saying that it would be fine as long as he insisted that it was a magic prop bought from outside, and there was no need to explain anything else. As long as no magic was used, the Ministry of Magic could not detect it, and the matter would be over. Terry replied just after Ethan sent the message. Judging from the time, he might not have slept all night. After Ethan comforted him a few more words, he turned the page. It was not a big deal at all. As long as he insisted that it was a magic prop, what would happen even if others suspected it? Ike, the next one was Tom's message, which was sent in the morning. Last night, a pure-blood family that wanted to come to Nocturne Alley was defeated, and the alchemical creatures made by Ethan performed quite well. Although the Witch Heart Society had fought with several pure-blood families to gain a foothold in Nocturne Alley, some pure-blood masters would occasionally make small moves after that. If you can't handle it openly, then use some tricks. According to the hidden rules between pure-blood wizards, if you lose, you will have to pay a life-buying fee, which is similar to the previous Noble Wars. But Little Tom and Voldemort are not such people, they are very narrow-minded. If I offend you, I offend you. Kill you and all your property will be mine. It doesn't matter whether the whole family is involved in this person or it is an individual's behavior. Anyway, Little Tom directly marked the whole family. Yesterday, Little Tom took Ethan's alchemical creatures to do a job and directly uprooted this medium-sized wizard family. These are the 4 wizard families that Little Tom has uprooted. I don't know why they don't learn their lesson. They know that there is no life-buying fee here, but they still ask for it one by one. I can only say that there are brainless people everywhere. The following is a series of reports on the abilities of these alchemical creatures. They can cast spells without a wand, use legilimency, and are immune to most spells. They can also absorb the happiness and souls of others, bringing despair, and become stronger in the process. Tom also gave his own evaluation afterwards, saying that if you don't understand their abilities, even a whole team of Aurors can't take them down. They were also given code names, from January to July, which is also convenient for calling. Although they are alchemical creatures and don't like to talk, they are not speechless and can think. Sphinx can speak human language. Little Tom is now trying to teach them to use magic, but this is just the beginning and it has not yet been concluded whether they have the ability to learn. Seeing this, Ethan also understands almost everything, that is to say, except for the Boggart's ability to transform, other abilities are more or less inherited. Absorbing other people's happy emotions and souls can enhance, this potential is not bad. It's a pity that the number is too small. Finally, there is Draco's message, which was also sent this morning. Ethan also added his contact information, and usually Ethan sent him a message when there was something. This is the first time he took the initiative to send a message. Looking carefully, it was not Draco who said anything to him, but his father Lucius. A few days ago, the Malfoy family received an invitation to an auction. Looking at the history of the wizarding world, every few decades or more than 100 years, there will be one or several monsters who are so powerful that they are in 2 dimensions from ordinary wizards. Invitations were sent to major dark organizations in Europe, or families with thick wallets and interest in black magic. There is only one possibility, that he met a genius of the era and sealed him up, and this seal has lasted until now. As long as he is still alive and has the ability, he will definitely make some noise. This is a figure at the level of the ancestor of dark wizards. He created the Horcruxes and the Basilisk, and he is a Parseltongue. He is famous 1,000 years earlier than the 4 founders of Hogwarts, and he is a serious figure before the Common Era. Not only that, this book is also a Horcrux of the despicable Helber, and like Voldemort's diary, it is a Horcrux that accidentally gave birth to Kangji. Ethan was speechless after getting the result. He thought that this kind of thing was not of much value, and might even provoke the despicable Helbo, so he asked someone to reject the invitation letter. Even if he escaped, it would not matter. A person who lived more than 2,000 years ago, with only a remnant soul left for so many years, he probably did not make much progress. Whether he could be successfully resurrected, and whether he could beat Dumbledore after resurrection, it was still unclear. Dennis is now in charge of European affairs, and Ethan sent him a message to ask. The Horcrux is still there, which means that the main soul is likely to still exist, but the state may not be very good. After Lucius received the invitation, he himself had no interest and had no intention of participating. At the beginning, Ethan faced Voldemort's Horcrux and destroyed it. People who know some inside information know these 10 points. As for the current status of the despicable Herbos, Ethan also has some guesses. And the despicable Herbo probably fell into the hands of such a person, causing him to disappear. Not long after Ethan sent the message, the other side replied. The Witch Heart Association was established too recently, and it was only active in Britain. It was normal that they didn't know about Greece, but THRES was an international organization and was also quite active in Greece. And agreed to meet on Christmas Day, and invited Ethan to visit Malfoy Manor, and then took Ethan to participate in the auction. But thinking of Ethan, he might be interested in this kind of Horcrux. After thinking about it, he came to ask about it. For such a famous black wizard, it is impossible for him not to cause trouble. If the Horcruxes of the despicable Herbos were ordinary Horcruxes without wisdom, Ethan would naturally have no interest in them, but now it's different. He immediately replied that he would participate in the exhibition. Therefore, Ethan didn't worry about any bad consequences of taking the despicable Herbos Horcrux. A magic book was recently discovered in Greece, and this book was handwritten by the despicable Helbo himself. But now Ethan has another problem. If the Malfoy family can receive the invitation letter, it makes no sense that the THRES organization cannot receive it. But looking at the history of the wizarding world for so many years, there is no news of the despicable Herbo stirring up trouble, and there is not even a trace of legend about him in the later era. Ethan decided to deduct 1 year's salary and half a year's dividend from him on the spot, so that he would learn a lesson. Voldemort will definitely not give up after destroying his Horcruxes, and the two will fight sooner or later. Voldemort doesn't know when he will be resurrected yet, so now he can use this to win Ethan's favor and bet on Ethan in advance. Moreover, the Horcrux of the despicable Helber is also qualified to be the finale product. Ethan naturally agreed to this. The auction was held in the evening, and Ethan could go to Malfoy Manor in the afternoon. I wonder if I can ask? A few days ago, he was still said to be reliable, but this is the result? If you want to deal with Voldemort, you must first destroy his Horcruxes, and the despicable Herbo is the inventor of the magic of Horcruxes. The books he wrote and the Horcruxes that gave birth to thoughts must have played a role in this regard. After stirring up a lot of commotion in the Balkan Peninsula, it is now obtained by a black market manager there. There is not much use for him to keep this kind of thing in his hands. In addition, there is an auction at Christmas, so he simply adds this Horcrux. Chapter 186. Ethan spent Christmas at home in London. Penelope and Cassandra went back yesterday. After getting up in the morning, Ethan felt a little uncomfortable when he touched nothing with his hands. When he came to the living room, his parents were already sitting on the sofa. After greeting and eating breakfast, Ethan focused on the gifts on the side. A magic was cast, and the gifts floated in the air and were automatically arranged according to their size. This year's gifts are more than 30 more than last year, but fortunately they did not exceed 300. Ethan was afraid that he would receive more than 100 gifts every year, and by the 7th grade, he would have received more than 1,000 gifts. He was afraid that it would take days to open the gifts. This year's gifts were no different from previous years, all of which were similar. It was just that Ethan was not easy to handle the amount of candy he received every year. If he ate it himself, he would not be able to finish it in a short time, and he did not dare to eat it at all. Who knew if there were any potions added to it? It was not appropriate to throw it away. This meant that every Christmas, after Ethan returned to Hogwarts, he could only share the candy with other little wizards. After having lunch with his parents, Ethan prepared to go out. First, he needed to go to Nocturne Alley, where he would meet up with Tom, and he had 7 Ethan's alchemical creatures. After the last battle, these alchemical creatures also got a nickname, called ghosts. This is also based on their appearance. They never take off their grey-black robes, can float in the sky, are thin, and exude a dead smell. At night, they are really like ghosts. This also caused many people to think that they were relatives of Dementors when they first saw them. How are you teaching them to learn magic? Ethan, who came to the base, asked Tom curiously. Now they know all the magic they learned in their lifetime. I heard a few days ago that Tom was going to teach new magic, and I don't know how effective it is. Although they learn a little slowly, they still learn it. By this morning, the last one can cast the killing curse. Tom glanced at the ghosts behind him, not satisfied with them. They learn slowly, but they can study for 24 hours without sleep, so they can always catch up. Now they all know the killing curse, which is a great improvement for their strength. There were a few who already knew the killing curse, so Tom taught them other ones, such as the Imperious Curse and the Cruciatus Curse. The 3 unforgivable curses were Tom's first choice for teaching. That's good, it's almost time now, come with me to the Malfoy's house. Yes. Little Tom naturally didn't dare to refuse. Ethan opened a corner of the Nibelungen and kicked 7 ghosts directly in. Then, he put his hand on little Tom's shoulder. He will take Ethan to Malfoy Manor. Malfoy Manor is in Wiltshire, England. This location is not a secret in the wizarding world. Pureblood families basically know its specific location. But Ethan knows the location but has never been there, so he can't reach it by apparition. When little Tom was still in the Horcrux state, he spent decades in Malfoy Manor and had a certain understanding of where it was. He can use apparition to reach it directly. Ethan only knew this after asking last night. And bringing the ghosts, Ethan also let them act as a facade. Everyone went out with guards, younger brothers, etc., but Ethan had nothing, which was very embarrassing. In addition, who said that you have to spend money to get items at the black market auction? At that time, it will definitely be uncommon for black to black, it's not like Ethan can't intervene. But with a distortion of space, Ethan found that little Tom had brought him to the study. Okay. This is indeed Malfoy Manor. He opened the Nibelungen and released the 7 ghosts, then opened the door of the study and went to find Lucius. Originally, in the communication on the wizard mailbox, they were greeted at the door, but little Tom took Ethan directly to the study, so naturally he didn't meet anyone. When he came outside, just after walking a few steps, Ethan met a middle-aged and bald European master. The other party drew out his wand the moment he found Ethan, but his action was still not as good as little Tom's. A red light easily confiscated his wand. If Ethan hadn't been a guest at this moment, little Tom would have thrown out a green light. I am Ethan Adrian, invited by Mr. Malfoy to be a guest. Apparition directly teleported to the manor and took me to find him. Looking at the middle-aged man knocked to the ground by the disarming spell, Ethan said slowly. This should be a role similar to a servant. Yes, follow me. The middle-aged wizard stood up with a grin and came to the front to lead the way. He knew that Ethan was a guest today, and he had no power to fight back, so there was no need to deceive himself. It was just that he could not be gentler, but he almost sprained his waist. With the servant leading the way in front, Ethan was also observing the Malfoy Manor, which was no worse than the Wally family. Compared to his home in Godric Valley, it was even more luxurious. The whole way was a carefully designed garden path, with all kinds of flowers blooming under the effect of magic. In the middle was a fountain, and the water gushing out was shining golden under the sunlight. And on the grass in the garden, a group of white peacocks were playing and fighting. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind, Lucius turned his head in confusion. Who was coming to him at this time? Did he not know the rules? He was about to curse, but he choked. How did Ethan come from his home, and the young man next to him was? Thinking of this, Lucius began to tremble. Others didn't know, but how could he not know? Although he had never seen it, his father and Abcrassus Malfoy were classmates with Voldemort, and they were seniors a few years older than him. When he graduated, Voldemort had already made a name for himself. The two sides also had a group photo, which was now at home. I had seen it many times and could never forget their appearance. Voldemort was resurrected. And he looked like a young man? And he joined forces with Ethan? As for the 7 weird-looking wizards following behind, Lucius ignored them directly. But according to the news he received, the 2 of them had a grudge. And after Voldemort was resurrected, why didn't he summon the Death Eaters, but was with Ethan instead? This was obviously wrong. Narcissa Malfoy on the side also noticed Lucius's abnormality. 0, please give me flowers. She turned her head immediately, and then trembled with fear like Lucius, and she also recognized the appearance of little Tom. She knew some of the things her husband had done, which was equivalent to abandoning the identity of a Death Eater and betraying Voldemort. Even if he could be forgiven, the punishment was inevitable, and Voldemort's punishment was not pleasant. As Ethan walked in, he also found that the couple was different. They were both so scared that they were sweating. Ethan knew the reason. Little Tom was also recognized by several people in Nocturne Alley, but so what? Would they dare to report it to the Ministry of Magic? More than 10 years ago, the Ministry of Magic was suppressed by Voldemort. Those who could recognize little Tom had experienced this period. Everyone knows what the Ministry of Magic is like now under the leadership of Fudge. Dumbledore is getting older. Facing the returning Voldemort, the younger version of him dares to say anything? Unless he wants to die. If he wants to die, or if he really has such a strong sense of justice, he will not hang around in Nocturne Alley. This is why little Tom has been exposed for so long. Those who have recognized him can only bury the secret in their hearts and can only persuade their family members not to provoke him. Some dare not say a word. They are afraid that Voldemort will know and come to retaliate. This also led to Lucius not knowing anything about little Tom. He only knew that the person in charge of the Witch Heart Society was a young wizard with great strength. Now that he suddenly saw this face, he would be a ghost if he was not scared. Mr. Malfoy, long time no see. Ethan took the initiative to greet him. After all, seeing Lucius like this, he probably didn't know what to say. Long time no see, who is this? Lucius could only pretend not to know him, after all, he really didn't know this version of Voldemort. But seeing Voldemort's appearance as a follower, he couldn't figure out the relationship between the two. Just call him Tom. If you have anything else, go in and talk. Yes, please follow me. Lucius smiled apologetically, and at this moment he was a little confused. Lucius also knew the name Tom. Isn't this Voldemort's real name? His father said that when Voldemort was in Hogwarts school, he liked Tom Riddle. Now he looks different, and so is his name. There is absolutely no mistake. Draco, who was following his parents, looked at them with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't know what was wrong with these two people. They seemed to be more afraid of Ethan than himself. All the way to the banquet hall, Ethan finally knew why Voldemort chose Malfoy Manor as the headquarters of the Death Eaters. Previously, he had come out of another way but didn't know it, but now he knew it. While the area was large enough, the decoration was really gorgeous. There were luxurious wooden furniture everywhere, and the decorations were the same as the Ministry of Magic, all golden. I don't know if it was gold-plated or pure gold, but it highlighted a sense of luxury. After arriving at the banquet hall, Lucius directly drove his son out. If only Ethan came, it would be fine for Draco to be there, or it would be more appropriate. But now there is a suspected Voldemort, Lucius doesn't want Draco to get involved. Chapter 187. Mr. Malfoy, I'm sure you also want to know his identity. In fact, he is also related to you. Related to me? Lucius was a little confused. He is a Death Eater and is related to Voldemort, which is natural. But other than that, there should be no relationship. Ethan is obviously not talking about his identity as a Death Eater now. So apart from this, Lucius really doesn't know how he is related to Voldemort. Let me tell you. Little Tom has no good feelings towards Lucius, although it was the main soul who gave him to Lucius for safekeeping. But if he had given himself a chance, he would not have been silent for so many years, and then met the devil Ethan, and he might have been reborn long ago. Remember the diary? I handed it to you personally, but you were particularly wary of it, and finally you threw it to the Weasley kid. Tom looked at Lucius with a bright smile on his face. And the cold sweat that Lucius had finally stopped broke out again. He thought of a guess. This is Voldemort, but he can't be considered the Voldemort he knows. You are the Master's 000 Horcrux, but now you are. Lucius looked up and down, his tone full of disbelief. The records of Horcruxes are in the family collection, and he even knows how to make them clearly, but the one in front of him seems to be Voldemort in his student days. If he is not mistaken, he is definitely a person. On the contrary, I don't know if those 7 things are people. But how can a Horcrux become a person? If there is such an operation, can Voldemort have more? And is the remnant soul of Voldemort really Voldemort? Now Lucius's mind is in a mess. I am no longer a Horcrux. Are you surprised? Tom stared at Lucius with ill intentions. No, that's not what I mean. Lucius really didn't know what to say this time. It seems that everything he says is wrong. Okay, you don't have to embarrass him. Maybe we can work together in the future. Ethan didn't want to let Tom go too far. Yes, there will be opportunities to work together in the future. With the way Ethan gave him, Bakesita finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if it was just Voldemort's Horcrux, the pressure on him at the moment was still great. After all, even if he only had 1/3 of Voldemort's strength, he couldn't compete with him. Moreover, now we don't know how much memory and magic the other party has inherited from Voldemort. If he has all of Voldemort's memories, what's the difference between him and Voldemort? Lucius, who only knows about Horcruxes but has never practiced them, really knows very little about this. As for Ethan, Lucius is now more certain that this ship is big and stable. In the case of a grudge against Voldemort's main soul, Voldemort's Horcrux was resurrected for the sake of his subordinates. What kind of ability is this? Even if it is just a Horcrux, his personality is definitely Voldemort's. He won't accept it for his own use without some tricks. I'm afraid Voldemort doesn't have the trick to give life to the Horcrux. And Ethan's chance to get this Horcrux was known to Lucius. Dumbledore said that Ethan went to chase the controlled Weasley kid alone, and that was only at that time. But the diary fragments that Dumbledore gave him were indeed real, and he could still confirm this. It can only be said that Ethan's research on Horcruxes and even souls is more profound than he imagined. Even if Ethan made a Horcrux, it is not impossible. The more he thought about it, the more Lucius felt that Ethan had a better future than Voldemort. When the right opportunity comes, he will definitely board this ship. He said that there will be a chance to work together in the future, which is not wrong. This Death Eater looks more and more hopeless. What did you say about the situation in Greece? We will go there tonight. Seeing that Lucius's mood had stabilized, Ethan continued to ask. The location is on Crete, which is the most chaotic place in Europe. Many dark wizards from Asia and Europe gather there to engage in some illegal activities. It can be said to be a transit point for 3 states. When the Greek Ministry of Magic was established, it also promised that it would not interfere in the management of the place, which led to the further deterioration of the situation on Crete Island. Now it has become a paradise for criminals. Human trafficking, smuggling of contraband, spreading of cult ideas, robbery and murder on the street are common there. It can be said that there is no good person on Crete Island. The situation is more than 10 times worse than Nocturne Alley. If Ethan hadn't wanted to go, Lucius would definitely not have gone to this shitty auction. First, the soul of the despicable Herpo was not attractive to him. Second, any normal wizard who knew the situation in Crete would not want to get close to it. So in order to protect the family members who committed unforgivable crimes, they left such a place for them to live. It's true that the shock I received today is greater than in the past few years. 5.7 I just learned another piece of news. Is it really not dead? There is no record of these in the Hogwarts books. The crown was found in the Albanian forest. When Tom went there when he was young, it was impossible for him not to understand the surrounding wizard forces. And the time is right. Every time the Mind Flayer appears, it is when Hogwarts is on vacation. Can I join the Witch Heart Society? Ethan knew that Thrace was active in Greece before, but he didn't read the information about the specific situation in Greece. Ethan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a lawless area in the teacher world. After all, Ethan didn't stay in the headquarters for long and left. The subsequent finishing was basically done by Tom. Ethan didn't ask if he knew the situation there. Walking on the beach of Crete, Lucius felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He already knew Ethan's hidden identity and Tom's identity. As he spoke, Ethan drew out his wand and gave Lucius a ghost mark. What is his identity as the one who obtained the Horcrux of the despicable Herpo? There is no need for Lucius now, but after Voldemort's resurrection, he is somewhat useful. You don't have any tasks to arrange, just keep the status quo. He wanted to join voluntarily, so why should Ethan refuse? In addition, he will be needed when contacting pure bloods and wanting to rise to power in the future. Lucius did not hide it. There were records of this in the family, and the Malfoy family was also involved. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, after the dinner hosted by the Malfoy family, Ethan, Lucius, Tom, and 7 ghosts went to Nocturne Alley together, found the merchant who teleported, and went to Crete. It was not until this time that Lucius discovered that Ethan actually had another identity, the Mind Flayer, and had the Wizard's Heart Association under his command. Tom was the one who managed the Wizard's Heart Association on behalf of Ethan. Lucius knew about the Mind Flayer, who was extremely proficient in the 3 unforgivable curses and was hailed as the next Dark Lord. His strength was absolutely beyond doubt. There was a rumor that the werewolf community was destroyed by the Mind Flayer and no one escaped. Compared to Voldemort, the Mind Flayer's methods were not so cruel, and his activities were relatively rare. He was too low-key, not as clear as Voldemort in resisting the Ministry of Magic. This disappointed many dark wizards. If the Mind Flayer was more high-profile, he could definitely replace the Mind Flayer. Voldemort's position in the hearts of dark wizards. In the past, Crete was only a place where dark wizards lived, but when the Ministry of Magic was established in various countries, the pure-blood families in Europe and West Asia discussed and deliberately left here. This is the last way left for those who made mistakes in their families. Lucius nodded respectfully. His identity was different, so his attitude had to change. Now that I think about it, it's not that he is too low-key or not cruel enough. He just has to go to Hogwarts to study and has no time to do business, which gives others such an impression. But now that he knew Tom's identity, why would he bring a ghost with him? Ethan understood that this was the result of the indulgence of the pure-blood family, and then asked, yes. He also knew what the Witch Heart Society did under the leadership of Tom. Once he provoked him, he would be like Voldemort and would definitely kill you. There should be a lot of wanted criminals of the Ministry of Magic there. The controller of the southern area of Crete, but I don't know the details. The Malfoy family is not active there. But after so many years of development, the situation has changed. Crete has involved the interests of countless people. Even if the Ministry of Magic wants to control it again, it is basically impossible to achieve. The resistance is too great. Don't the Ministries of Magic in other countries care about such a place? I will plant the mark of the Witch Heart Society in you now. The effect is similar to the dark mark, but it will not appear outside. He didn't want this day to come to him. It's better to get on the ship as soon as possible to avoid living in fear every day. But Ethan thought Tom should know that Tom had absorbed the soul fragments in the crown and gained the memory of that time. Okay. When the Ministry of Magic was established, they knew that order had arrived. Even if the Ministry of Magic was still controlled by purebloods, they had to save face. Originally, Lucius was planning to bring more people with him, which would be safer. He could really encounter anything. There. Chapter 188. The southern part of Crete, a gathering place for wizards. Ethan and his party have arrived and are now heading to Martin's bar. The auction house is underground, and the bar is the entrance. There are 5 entrances and exits, all of which are bars. At this moment, Ethan has put on his Voldemort cloak and changed into the outfit of a mind flayer. Tom and the 7 ghosts also covered their faces with black fog, and Lucius also put on a mask, the type he wore when he appeared as a Death Eater in the original book. This situation is quite common here, and it is basically some outsiders like Ethan. Only local wizards will walk here openly without any cover. The surrounding buildings are no different from Diagon Alley, all of which are houses with their own characteristics. There are also many vendors and shops along the way, but the environment is very poor. Conflicts and bloodshed occurred quite frequently along the way, and Ethan witnessed 2 along the way. Arrived at the door of Martin's bar. Unlike the noisy surrounding shops and pubs, this place is silent and the lights are quite dim. Most of the guests here are covered in wide black robes, with their faces covered by various means, and they gather together quietly, drinking from their glasses. Some of them sit on the chairs at the door and look at the guests in the bar unscrupulously. They are all dressed like normal wizards and do not cover their faces. When Ethan and his group walked in, these people turned their heads in unison like sharks smelling blood, looking at the sudden guests with inexplicable eyes. Ethan doesn't like such eyes, as if he is the prey and the other side is the hunter. After smiling at those who were looking at him unscrupulously, Ethan and his group sat at an empty small table. 7 song ghosts stood behind them. The auction starts at 11 o'clock and the entrance is at 10 o'clock. There is still some time now. The bar owner standing at the counter greeted the customers with a smile. After saying hello, Lucius threw him 3 gold galleons. Not long after, several glasses of blood-red wine were served. The price was at least 5 or 6 times more expensive than that of Great Britain. Ethan took a look at the wine, and the next moment the 3 glasses of blood-red wine on the table suddenly boiled and rolled, but in a moment the blood-red mist enveloped the entire bar. There were exclamations and shouting around, and the sound of chairs falling to the ground was heard frequently. Some people rushed to the door of the bar as soon as they reacted. Ethan was still sitting there. He could hear 5 or 6 languages, and some of them were completely incomprehensible. Suddenly, a dark green light burst out from the entrance of the bar. Along with the sound of spells that were louder and louder, lights of different colors kept shining at the entrance of the bar. Explosions and screams were heard. The guests in the pub also quieted down at this moment. They hid in the corners with their wands to be on guard. No one dared to rush to the door suddenly, let alone approach the place where Ethan and others had just sat. Judging from the situation of the killing curse flying at the entrance of the bar, anyone who dared to go there would die if he was bitten. And as for Ethan, someone just saw the red mist spreading from him. Who would believe it if they said it had nothing to do with that group of people? Most of the guests here came from all over with invitations, and they brought a lot of gold galleons. The first reaction at this moment was that they were robbed. Everyone knew that this place was in chaos, but they didn't expect it to be so chaotic. The auction hasn't even started yet, and someone has already captured all the guests who participated in the auction. They are very eager to hope that the tavern owner can stand up. After all, he is the official person holding the auction. But the bar owner has not said a word since the red mist spread until now, as if there is no such person here. As the sounds produced by the collision of various spells began to stop, the blood-red mist also began to dissipate. Ethan also closed Nibelungen at this time. He had just harvested more than a dozen spirits, and the quality was pretty good. This blood-red mist was also a modified version of the magic misty cloud that he had chosen last school year. Normal misty cloud is white mist that blocks the line of sight and is used to hide whereabouts. But Ethan can use liquid to speed up this step, and can also directly change it to black. He just used alcohol. As the blood-red mist completely dissipated, the people in the bar who raised their wands in a fighting posture could see the tragic situation at the door. Blood and body parts were scattered all over the ground, and there were few complete bodies. Moreover, the wands and alchemical items on the body were gone, as if they had been looted. It was only at this time that the boss came out from under the counter. After taking a look at the scene, he didn't even look at Ethan and continued to wipe the wine glass in his hand, as if nothing happened. A group of people in black robes suddenly came to the outside of the door. After taking a look at the current situation, they didn't say much and started to clean up the scene on the spot. A few breaths later, the blood and broken limbs at the door were cleaned up, and the broken tables, chairs, benches, walls, and doors were also repaired. After doing all this, he left without looking back. This kind of thing is common here. There are many familiar faces among the corpses on the ground just now. They are all locals who make a living by doing this. They have set their eyes on the big fat sheep from outside the area. After the auction is over, they will take action on the big fat sheep they have chosen. Now it is obviously a dead end, resulting in the group being wiped out. But as long as it does not affect the auction later, they will not intervene. After killing these scum, a lot of resources can be freed up. But I still have to tell the boss that among the guests this time, look at the wolf character. Ethan took a look at this group of people and knew that this was a professional cleaning team. Although the fight has subsided, these guests who came to the auction have obviously not calmed down. Some looked around vigilantly and came to their seats to continue sitting down, but they did not dare to drink the wine. Another part of them made a defensive gesture and left on the spot, not intending to participate in the next auction. No one can guarantee whether they can really leave. At the same time, the atmosphere on the scene is even more depressing. There were some whispered conversations before, as well as the sound of wine glasses colliding and drinking. Now there is really nothing. Everyone sits in their seats silently. Except for looking at their companions, they look at everyone with extra caution and vigilance. Lucius looked at the empty wine glass in front of him, and his heart was chilled. This is called not as cruel as Voldemort, and being low-key enough, right? They were all guests who were preparing to attend the auction later, wearing large black cloaks to cover their faces. The transaction was completed on the spot. After taking out an invitation letter exactly the same as the one in Lucius's hand and handing it to these black-robed personnel, the black-robed personnel simply 247 distinguished the authenticity, without any identity verification, and nodded and let the people in. Each increase in price must not be less than 100 gold galleons. The outside world's view of Ethan, the Mind Flayer, is really just superficial. After the auction is successful, someone will bring the auction items up immediately and collect the gold galleons. Ethan and his party also came to the black-robed man at this time. Obviously, no matter what the identity of the visitor is, as long as there is an invitation letter, they can enter, and they don't need to care who they are. After Ethan and his party walked in, a young witch immediately came up and made a gesture of invitation. In the front is a huge glass, facing the auction room outside. The golden bell and microphone are also there. There are also 3 sofas for sitting there for auction. As they said that, they lined up and made way for the middle road. The door on one side of the tavern was opened on time, and 6 people wearing the same wizard robes as the floor cleaners just stood at the door. As soon as they appeared, someone came forward to prepare to enter. Just because someone looked at them with ill intentions, he sent all of them to the west. His mind is even smaller than Voldemort. When I walked to the glass wall, I saw many people in black clothes shuttling back and forth below. Apparently the auction is still being prepared. Ethan also looked at the situation in the private room. After that, the witch turned around and left without staying in the private room for long. There were no service staff here. For this point, Lucius dares to guarantee that even Voldemort's understanding of the Imperious Curse is not better than Ethan. But he was beside Ethan the whole time, and he really didn't find any traces of Ethan casting any spells, except for the magic he cast on the wine after sitting down. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. The space is relatively large. Ethan and his 3 people plus 7 ghosts seem quite spacious here. Just thinking that this was someone of the same age as his son, Aozihoki had the idea of going home and hanging Draco up and whipping him. In the following period of time, nothing happened. None of the locals who looked at the guests unscrupulously, like lambs to be slaughtered, came. And everything that just happened, Lucius also knew that it must be Ethan's trick with the Imperious Curse. After all, the first battle of his debut as a Mind Flayer was based on the Imperious Curse. For the auction quotation, there is a small golden bell on the side. After pressing it, you can use the golden microphone on the side to make the quotation. After Ethan and his party entered, the witch closed the door and explained the auction rules to Ethan and his party. Finally, there are some warnings and the like. All guests participating in the auction, you can enter now. Lucius handed over the invitation letter, and the two black-robed men in front looked at Ethan and his party for a few times before nodding. The back is a rest area with matching sofas, coffee tables, fruit plates, and so on. There is also a wine cabinet on the side. There are red wine and champagne in it. It seems that he is really like his nickname, able to control the minds of others silently. There were all closed boxes here. She opened the door of a box with a sign of number 77, but did not expect Ethan and his party to go in. Following the witch, Ethan and his party walked down the corridor and arrived at the location in a short time. This gap is bigger than that between humans and dogs. Chapter 189. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for coming here to participate in this auction today. It is still me, your old friend Douglas, who will host this auction. Just as Ethan was leaning on the sofa and flipping through the magic books he brought from home, there was finally some movement on the auction table below. The black-clad men who came and went disappeared. On the red stage that had been built, a white young man in his 30s, wearing a decent tuxedo, stood on the auction table in front with a smile. In front of him was a black table with a golden chopping board and a small hammer made of pure gold on the table. Today's auction will definitely not disappoint you. First, let me introduce the first auction item. As the host finished speaking, the witch, dressed in cool clothes, walked up to the stage from below, dragging a tray with both hands. The tray was covered with a red cloth, and it was unclear what was inside. Rocket crossbow, the latest product of the flying broom in the British wizarding world, only a few people can get it by ordering. As the latest high-speed flying broom, it adopts a streamlined design, a high-quality ashwood handle, diamond polishing, and a hand-engraved registration number. Each carefully selected birch branch at the tail of the broom is polished into a streamlined shape, giving the broom unparalleled balance and exquisite accuracy. It can accelerate from a standstill to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds, and can demonstrate magical braking effects. The host introduced it while lifting the red cloth to show everyone this rather gorgeous and stylish flying broom. Ethan is still very familiar with the rocket crossbow. Yesterday, Ethan sent Chujong one as a Christmas gift, spending 5,000 gold galleons. I didn't expect that this thing would be auctioned here, and I don't know if there is a market. Anyway, in Great Britain, as long as there are gold galleons, you can make an order at any time, but it takes a little time. Ethan waited for almost 3 months before he got it. Rocket crossbow, starting price 5,000 gold galleons. After the host showed the rocket crossbow in his hand, he signaled the official start of the auction. 5,500 gold galleons. 5,700 gold galleons. 7,100 gold galleons. Box 131 bids 7,100 gold galleons. Is there a higher price? Dong. 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 Congratulations to Box 131 for winning the first lot. With the third sound of the golden hammer falling, the first lot was settled. Ethan felt a little unbelievable sitting in the box. This money was too easy to make. A premium of 2,100 gold galleons, just for a rocket crossbow. Even when the rocket crossbow just came out, it would not cost so much to ask someone to buy it for you. According to the salary of the Ministry of Magic, taking Arthur Weasley, the office director, as an example, he did not earn 2,100 gold galleons after working for 2 years plus bonuses. Next, some special products from various countries were sold, including the flying carpets from West Asia, but these flying props were not allowed in Britain. In terms of speed, the flying carpet is definitely not as good as the flying broom, but in terms of comfort, the flying broom is definitely better than the flying broom. In terms of popularity, the flying broom is still better. After all, many areas in the wizarding world have Quidditch and Quidditch teams, and you must have a flying broom to play Quidditch. In this regard, the popularity of the flying broom far exceeds that of other flying tools. More than a dozen auction items have passed, and Ethan has not made a single bid. Lucius and Tom are not interested in these auction items. The auction of potions will be held below, and the first one to appear is the Elixir of Life. As the host's voice fell, a witch walked onto the stage holding a red tray. On the tray was a transparent glass bottle filled with golden liquid. Ethan immediately became energetic. Ethan naturally knew the effect of the Elixir of Life. It is said to be a lucky potion that will bring you good luck. You will find that no matter what you do, you will succeed in the long run. But it is prohibited to use in many competitions and assessments. And you can't take it in excess, otherwise you will feel dizzy, and you will be reckless and arrogant during the drug's effect. Because the production process is too complicated and takes a long time, Ethan has never made it after getting the formula. Bruno tried twice, but both failed and wasted a lot of potion materials. So far, Ethan has never taken the Elixir potion, nor has he ever obtained it. Of course, if Ethan wants to buy it with his current connections, he can buy it. After all, there are still several potion masters in Britain who can configure the Elixir potion. This Elixir potion is probably useless for the system's rewards, but it may be useful for magic experiments or other things later. Ethan decided to take it immediately. This bottle of Elixir potion has 5 ounces, and the starting price is 10,000 gold galleons. The host raised the Elixir potion in his hand and showed it around before putting it down, indicating that the auction officially began. 13,000 gold galleons. 18,000 gold galleons. This time the price is soaring faster than ever before. But Ethan, who was sitting in the box, sneered. This amount of Elixir is worth at least 30,000 gold galleons. The bids look so fierce. Are they trying to get a bargain? But it is unlikely that there will be a bargain here. 1 ounce is 29.57 milliliters, and the best choice for taking Elixir at a time is 3 milliliters. Now that there are 5 ounces of Elixir, you should know how many times you can take it. How can the price be so low? 35,000 gold galleons. Box number 19 bids 35,000 gold galleons. Is there a higher price? The host knocked the golden hammer below and shouted to the boxes above. Box 77 bids 37,000 gold galleons. Box 19 bids 39,000 gold galleons. Box 77 bids again, 40,000 gold galleons. Ethan bids this and doesn't plan to increase it. A few thousand extra is fine, but he won't be fooled if he bids more. Thress didn't catch the stomping bat on purpose before. The one Ethan got at the beginning was also an accidental encounter. After all, he couldn't let it go. But to feed it, you need to know the patroness charm, otherwise it is easy to be attacked by it. It was worth some money, but it couldn't be sold in the end, so it flowed into Ethan's hands. A ghost opened the door, and then 5 people came in. In the auction of magical animals and some materials on their bodies, Ethan, Molly Zhao, made 2 bids. After receiving the signal from his companions, the 4 security guards behind opened the box and handed the Felix potion to Ethan. With the 3rd hammer sound, the auction of the Elixir potion also came to an end. The main reason is that he doesn't want to find someone. After all, he knows that only Snape can make the Elixir potion, but Snape will definitely not make it, even if Ethan pays. If he wants to persuade him, apart from Dumbledore, it is probably only Harry. The leader made the transaction, and the 4 behind were protecting the Felix potion, and they were quite cautious. The second bid was for the Smurf bat. There were 2 in total, and they were auctioned together. The place where they were caught was the Albanian forest. Soon, the next item was auctioned, and the door of the box next to Ethan was knocked. After taking the bottle of golden liquid, Ethan identified it as genuine, and the transaction was completed. Congratulations to the distinguished guest in box 77 for successfully bidding for the Elixir potion. Not only Thress, but also other poaching organizations provided them, resulting in quite a lot of magical animals appearing this time. If Hagrid came, Gita would be very excited to press the golden bell. But in terms of effect, Ethan didn't see anything that he liked, so he naturally didn't buy it. Although Ethan could easily get it for free with the Imperious Curse at this moment. 40,000 gold galleons for the 3rd time. But it didn't have much appeal to Ethan. Is there a higher price? After opening the dragon skin bag, Ethan took out 40,000 gold galleons and handed them to the wizard in the lead. Now it is still the magic potion stage. The potions that can be auctioned are relatively rare, and there are many magic potions from other countries that Ethan has never heard of. After he checked and confirmed that the gold galleons were fine, he turned his head to look at his companions and nodded. Next is the alchemy products. The works of alchemy masters from various countries can be seen here, and there are also many good products. But the highlight has not come yet, and there is no need for that at this moment. 2 can be worth 17,000 gold galleons, and that's because it is rare in a XXXXX magical animal. 40,000 gold galleons for the second time. This thing is not valuable, only Fujii keeps it as a collection, and it is not very qualified as a collection. If you don't feed it, it will starve to death in less than a year. 17,000 gold galleons were obtained, which was not too bad. There were also a few bottles of magic potions that failed to be sold. But for Ethan, this is not attractive at all. As long as Ethan is given time and raw materials, all the products here can be made. After putting away the Felix potion, Ethan's attention was once again on the auction. This time, Thress also provided them with some magical animals. Of course, they were sold at a fixed price, not an auction price. One was 10 eggs of rune spore snakes. I don't know when I will need them. As long as the premium is not too high, Ethan doesn't mind taking them. If you find someone else to contact the potion master, you either spend gold galleons or owe a favor, which is about the same, but the price is at most. This. Chapter 190. Now, it's the last item of this auction. I believe that most of the distinguished guests who came here are here for it. Before that, let me introduce you to the despicable Herbo. He is one of the earliest black wizards and played a vital role in the development of black magic. To this day, some of his legacy still has a profound impact on the development of the wizarding world. He cultivated the basilisk, invented the Horcrux, and wrote the book. I believe everyone knows the value of it. Not to mention that this book was made into a Horcrux by the despicable Herbo, and it was born with its own wisdom under the influence of unknown factors, which allows us to communicate with this master who lived 2,000 years ago. Listening to the host on the stage below talking endlessly, Ethan knew that this was to increase the value of this Horcrux. After all, there was no mention of any shortcomings throughout the whole process. As the host finished speaking, it was still the witch who walked onto the stage with a tray. The red cloth was unveiled by the host himself. It was a transparent glass cover with a brown book lying inside. With Ethan's eyesight can see clearly even without the help of props. This material is definitely not paper, but the skin of some creature. It may be human skin, and dragon skin is much thicker than this. I don't know how this book was found. Did they find the old curtain where the despicable Helber hid his soul? Or, this book was kept by the despicable Helber in a family, and now they can't make ends meet, so they exposed this book, causing this auction. But no matter what, this despicable Helber, the intelligence born from the Horcrux, is definitely more twisted and darker than little Tom. After all, the time he has experienced eternal loneliness is many times that of little Tom. If 927 wants to be trained at that time, it will probably take a lot of effort. Now, the starting price of this despicable Horcrux of Helbo is 100,000 gold galleons. The host directly reported a figure that was a sky-high price. Not many families can afford such a high price. At this moment, those who can come here to participate in the auction are basically the rich ones, but 100,000 gold galleons is not a small amount. Ethan was sure that if it weren't for the strict guards here, there would be many wizards to maintain stability here and protect the safety of the goods. In addition, the anti-apparition magic was cast, and the solidification spell of the space prohibited the door key. Now there will definitely be a lot of people who will go out and grab it. After all, most of the wizards who can come here are dark wizards. How much can you expect them to abide by the rules? At this moment, they can sit down and auction honestly, which is enough to give face. 300,000 gold galleons. Box number 9 bids 300,000 gold galleons. Is there any higher price? Hearing that the first bid was so high and tripled directly, the host couldn't suppress the smile on his face at all. In his heart, although this despicable Helbo Horcrux was exaggerated by himself, it was amazing to have a maximum of 500,000 gold galleons. But now the first offer was so high that it was possible to reach 1,000,000 gold galleons. Although I didn't get any dividends, the benefits had nothing to do with me. If the price was high and the boss was in a good mood, he would give more bonuses. 500,000 gold galleons. Another voice sounded. Many wizards knew what a Horcrux was, but not many knew how to make it. Those who knew would not spread it. This was a black magic that could guarantee immortality. Everyone hoped that they could practice it, but they didn't want their enemies to learn it. Not to mention that a Horcrux with wisdom was another despicable Herbo. If they could get the knowledge in his mind, the benefits would be incalculable. This made many wizards willing to spend a lot of money to bid for this Horcrux. 600,000 gold galleons. 700,000 gold galleons. 900,000 gold galleons. The competition on the field continued, and Ethan shook his head when he heard it. It was really crazy. Even if he robbed all the assets of the former boss of Thrace, plus the profits he had earned through hard work over the years, he was still a little short of 1,050 gold galleons. As a result, now the price of an auction has reached 900,000, which is far from the final transaction price. How many gold galleons do these pureblood wizard families or large organizations have? Box 31 bids 100,000 to 250,000 gold galleons. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The host shouted loudly below, hoping to forget to mention it. Although it has far exceeded his expectations, who would dislike the high price of their auction items in the auction house? Ethan also knew that this was almost the top. After exceeding 1 million gold galleons, the bids were much more cautious, and they were all increased by 10,000 to 20,000 gold galleons. And there are probably many people who are ready to get it for free, and some will not pay. 1,250,000 for the first time. 1,250,000 for the second time. The host's hammer was knocking very slowly at this moment, and he would look at the box above every time he knocked. Bang! Ethan's hand slapped directly on the golden bell, and then said to the microphone, 1,300,000 gold galleons. Box number 77 bids 1,300,000 gold galleons. Is there anyone who wants to bid more? 1,300,000 for the first time, 1,300,000 for the second time, 1,300,000 for the third time. Even though the hammer was knocking very slowly at this moment, the imagined sound did not appear again at this moment. Only the third hammer could be dropped. Congratulations to box number 77 for obtaining the despicable Hellbow Horcrux. As the host's voice fell, it also meant that the auction was over, and the rest was just clichés. Watching the servants below take the despicable Hellbow Horcrux away. Just as Lucius thought, the gold galleons given out by Ethan are indeed problematic. They are all made of sand, and they were directly changed into 5 million gold galleons before coming. And there is a big battle waiting outside. Lucius looked at this scene in surprise. He just thought that he was going to kill it, but he didn't expect to be fooled like this. But just as he stepped forward, his eyes changed, from sharp and vigilant eyes to a happy and satisfied look. But this basically confirmed that it was genuine. Along the corridor they came from, Ethan led Tom and Lucius to the outside, and the exit was still the bar when they came. Bang! Bang! They are all dark wizards, how can the staff here have so-called professional ethics? As he said, Ethan smiled at the person on the right, and then took out a dragon skin bag, which was golden inside, and obviously filled with an unknown number of gold galleons. After all, as long as you spend a few gold galleons, you can bribe the staff inside and find out that the person who drew the despicable Herpo soul will leave that place. As for whether it had its own wisdom, it would be unknown unless it communicated with itself now. This price is much less than going to the auction directly. I don't know how many people are waiting to block people outside after the auction ends with the purpose of buying for free. Let's not talk about whether there are so many. Even if there are, it is impossible to give. After all, even if they give 1.3 million gold galleons, it is a big loss, not to mention Ethan, a young wizard with little experience. After Ethan took it, he also checked it. It was indeed a Horcrux, and there were fluctuations of the soul inside. Sir, you can trade now. Please pay 1.3 million gold galleons first. Throw the despicable Hellbow Horcrux directly into Nibelungen, and do research after returning to Great Britain, so it is better to go out first. And this batch of wizards is definitely stronger than the previous ones in Ethan's perception. Lucius took a deep breath, silently clenched the wand in his hand, and prepared for battle. He knew that Ethan would definitely not pay honestly. Leave now as soon as possible, maybe by the time they find out something is wrong, all of us will have returned to Great Britain. And the gold galleons just given out are obviously problematic, and they were not even tested. But this time, it was not a 4+1 wizard combination, but a 12+2 wizard combination. Of course, I'm ready. But it is easy to break, so it is necessary to control it with the Imperious Curse first. The transaction was completed, and the 12 guards and 2 transaction staff first recovered their eyes, and then walked out as usual, without attracting anyone's attention. A 40-year-old sturdy man on the left stepped forward and said to Ethan with vigilance in his eyes. The familiar knock on the door sounded, and it was still the ghost who went to open the door. Sure enough, this imperious curse is so good that he is not afraid of anything wherever he goes. Or Ethan could only know after he directly pulled it out with the exorcism spell, otherwise it would not reveal any flaws and nothing could be seen from the outside. Obviously, this is also a precaution against the wizards who intend to buy for free. The wizard on the opposite side waved his wand, and gold galleons flowed out continuously until there were enough 1.3 million, and then the group stopped. After that, they did not do any inspection, and put the gold galleons away. The 12 security guards behind them had no objection to this, and directly handed the goods in their hands to Ethan. The material was indeed human skin, which looked a little dirty, but all the pages were well preserved, and the handwriting was quite clear. But the 3 previous payments made by Ethan were all genuine gold galleons, which was also to avoid alarming them. Chapter 191. Leaving the door of the box, people came out of their boxes from time to time along the way. Some people in the box near Ethan saw Ethan and others coming out of box 77, with a little more surprise, greed, and desire in their eyes, but they soon lowered their heads and dared not show any. The boxes in this area are basically all guests of the bar where Ethan came, and a large number of them have experienced the scene in the bar. The strong sense of fear made their reason overwhelm greed. It was very quiet along the way, and no auction staff could be seen, and no one led the way out. When Ethan and his group arrived at the entrance of the bar, there were 2 official staff standing in the room where they entered, like gatekeepers. Continuing to walk out, they came to the door of the bar. It was dark outside, all wizards wearing black robes, basically locals who didn't cover their faces. According to Ethan's visual estimation, there were nearly 300 people. For wizards, this is already a lot of people. There are only about 70 people in a grade at Hogwarts, which is more than most of the students at Hogwarts. Moreover, there are wizards gathering here continuously. Most of them are disguised. They are guests who come to participate in the auction like Ethan, and they are also ready to buy for free. It seems that the insiders of the auction are selling information everywhere. Locals and foreigners can tell anything as long as they pay gold galleons. Ethan stood there without moving, but some people couldn't wait. They knew what would happen next. They didn't have the chance to get the despicable Horcrux of Hellbow, so why stay here? But these people just moved their feet and hadn't walked out of the door of the bar, and a dark green light hit their feet. Obviously, this group of people outside will not let anyone go out. After all, no one can guarantee who has the despicable Horcrux of Hellbow. Even after the auction, it can be handed over to people in other boxes to take out. In order to accurately block the Horcruxes inside, these people have made up their minds that as long as they are from this entrance, they will not let any of them go. The door key is invalid and can't be used here. Not far behind Ethan, a slightly panicked voice sounded. Originally thought that there were anti-apparition and space prohibition spells at the auction site, but I didn't expect that there were still spells outside. This person immediately regretted coming to this muddy water. He didn't get any benefits, but his life was in danger. After hearing this, many people around changed their faces. Many people planned to evacuate with the door key, but some were still waiting to see if there was a chance to pick up leaks. Bang! The door behind the entrance was directly closed. Until this time, a yellow-haired man in his 30s walked out of the crowd surrounding the bar in front. The reason why they waited until now to take action was because the moment the door of the auction was closed, it meant that all the guests inside had come out. This is their rule. If we act early, we don't know whether the real Horcrux winner will wait until the last minute to come out. If we take advantage of the situation, we might be able to let him run away. Box 77, I'll give you a chance to stand up and hand over the Horcrux you bid for. The yellow-haired man looked at the people in the bar with a contemptuous expression, and his high-handed attitude seemed to ignore other people as if Hellbow's relics were already his unshowing things. He did have the capital. As a representative of local dark organizations of all sizes, he gathered more than 200 people and arranged in advance to prevent everyone from escaping. As for the income, it was divided according to the degree of participation. The more effort you put in, the more you get. This is not the first time to do this. In the past, many people were able to get out with the auction items. The main reason was that the scale and number of people who came to rob people on the road were much smaller than now, and those who came to participate in the auction were not alone, but had some skills. The reason why there were so many people this time was mainly because the value of the despicable Helpo Horcrux was far higher than the previous auction items. It was so valuable that it attracted almost everyone's attention. The guaranteed value was hundreds of thousands of gold galleons. Even if this money could be taken out in Crete, it was only the people in power above. Who wouldn't be jealous of these little karami below? As for whether the auction would intervene, it would be fine if they paid a sum of gold galleons afterwards. This was all unspoken rules. People in box 77, don't you want to stand up? Now I give you a chance. If you don't stand up, if you are found later, the scene will not be so good. As he said this, the yellow-haired man turned around and looked at the outsiders gathered behind him with a disdainful smile. Ethan had already tried it. But if they were asked to stand up and report, they would be afraid of Ethan's revenge, because the previous scene was right in front of them. His strength was stronger than that of an average adult wizard, but whether he could beat Lupin was a question mark. After all, he was just a person who provided money and connections among the Death Eaters, and then came up with some strategies, not all Death Eaters known for their strength. And he definitely didn't know the Patroness, which made him not have much resistance. I'm afraid he would be sucked into a human body within 2 minutes of entering. After weighing the pros and cons, they continued to stay in a daze and did not dare to make any extraordinary moves. Now there were more than 200 people gathered here. If it didn't work later, he could send a signal and someone would come to support him at any time. There were dozens of Dementors in there. They hadn't eaten for half a year. Their eyes were green with hunger. They couldn't absorb any emotions from the spirits created by Helheim's magic. Some wizards around Ethan were tempted to listen to this. Some of them were eager to leave, but their way was blocked. Even if he was the best among the Death Eaters, it would not have any effect if he was not put here in sufficient numbers. No one can guarantee their life when fighting with this kind of wizard, and they may not be able to keep it. The only thing the yellow-haired man is worried about now is that the group of people are from box 77. Lucius's hand holding the wand was sweating nervously. Although he was ready for the battle, there were too many enemies to face. When you fight later, just protect yourself, you don't need to worry about the rest. The only pity is that the Imperious Curse cannot have a group ability like the Killing Curse. The people in box 77 later will not be able to leave just by handing over the despicable Horcrux of Helbo. The number of people here now was indeed beyond Ethan's expectations. He originally thought that a few dozen people would be enough, but he did not expect so many people. Ethan watched their performance, and he was not in a hurry, and continued to use the Imperious Curse to control the people on the other side. Ethan naturally noticed Lucius's abnormality, and he had no hope for him. Ethan even thought about whether to take Lucius into Nibelungen. Although apparition and door keys were banned here, Nibelungen could still be opened normally. In this way, even if the people in box 77 are found later, it can't be blamed on themselves. Can anyone report which group of people are in box 77? Otherwise, none of you can leave. Don't want to come out. The despicable Helbo relics and 2 Voldemorts, Ethan threw them into Nibelungen Sea. And the remaining part of the latecomers who did not experience the bar incident and did not know what happened, saw that others did not move, and did not dare to show it. No one is willing to be the first bird to stand out. After several times of magic power improvement, thinking ability improvement, and taking the magic blood potion, after the blood sublimation, the mental power and soul strength have been significantly improved. But this was just a little thought, Ethan gave up. Lucius was really entering Nibelungen, which was like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Lucius, a living person, would probably have a lot of emotions once he entered, and he would definitely become the target of all Dementors. It was only a while ago that Ethan used it to practice the Patroness charm with Cassandra and others. They tasted a little bit of it, but it couldn't satisfy them at all. The only unexpected factor was the group of wizards who had wiped out all the spies here before. They were really tough guys, so no one dared to go and get back at them afterwards. He naturally knew what this group of people were up to, but did they have the ability to compete with the locals? Now Ethan can control a terrifying number of people with the Imperious Curse at the same time. Anyway, he has controlled more than 70 people now, which is far from his limit. Oh Zero, please give flowers. The opponent's strength is not at the same level as their own people. If they stand up rashly, they might die on the spot with his methods. Speaking of this, the yellow-haired man's face turned completely cold. If peaceful methods cannot solve the problem, then we can only rely on hard power. Anyway, there were no shortage of black wizards here, and there was no so-called family ties or friendships between them. If they died, and they could still earn a wave of inheritance. The only thing to consider was whether they needed to save face, and facing Ethan's group, it was obviously not necessary. But the more people came to support, the less benefits he could get in the end, so it was best not to use them if he could not ask for support. Chapter 192. No one reported it, right? The yellow-haired man's face had completely darkened, and his cold eyes swept over everyone in the bar. If it weren't for the group of people who were not easy to deal with, they would have taken everyone down long ago, and they wouldn't have said so much to them at the beginning. Take everyone down, don't let anyone go. Seeing that no one was still willing to talk, the yellow-haired man couldn't help it. Even if they were strong, it didn't matter. At most, I would give a little more burial money later. Anyway, I wouldn't be the first to go up. As long as I had money, I would have no shortage of cannon fodder here. With so many people here, can't the gang wipe us out? Ethan looked at the people who were taking action, took out the pure black magic wand and pointed it at the ground in the air. A ball of dark flame spread out, enveloping Ethan, Tom, Lucius and 7 ghosts. Ethan took the lead, and the people on the opposite side also launched an offensive, and colorful spells shot towards this side. The crowd around Ethan also immediately entered a defensive posture. Everyone knew that the battle had begun. The people outside were also unreserved at this moment. Horcruxes were not so easy to destroy. As long as they could kill everyone in the bar, they could still obtain the Horcruxes. If they held back, they would be the unlucky ones when the ruthless people inside recovered. Ethan didn't even look at the attacking spell. The circle of dark flames on the ground expanded instantly, like an exploding bomb, and the whole bar became a world of flames. The wizards around them who picked up their wands and showed a defensive posture, while the dark words used as fuel in the flames instantly turned into ashes, further exacerbating the expansion of the flames. At this moment, the spells outside also came over, but they were not closed yet. Ethan, just immersed in the flames, was completely melted. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and the bar was directly blown into wreckage by the huge magic power and the dark flames, and a long column of black flames rose to the sky. The interceptors outside the door retreated in fear, and they didn't expect to encounter a lunatic who would play such a trick of mutual destruction. And they also saw that this spell was true. In this kind of flame, they didn't think the caster could survive. Do you think it was Grindelwald who came? They didn't know whether the Horcrux could be preserved in such a flame. Come! Once he thought about the possibility of the Horcrux being burned, Huang Yang's already gloomy face was about to drip with water. If there is no profit, he will have to pay a large sum of money to the auction later, and he will have to pay a lot of it. Use all spells to end. Huang Mao forced himself to calm down and immediately shouted loudly to the wizards behind him. Although the temperature of the fire escape body protection is not as high as that of the fierce fire, it also has the characteristic that it is extremely difficult to extinguish once it burns. There are many buildings around, and these can burn. If the fire spreads, it will be even more difficult to extinguish at that time. The blame for the destruction is on this group of people. Unless you don't plan to stay in Crete, you can't deny the blame. Now, no matter whether the despicable Helpos Horcrux can be preserved in this sea of fire, the first thing to do is to extinguish the flames, while the fire escape protection has just erupted. The wizards around also knew the seriousness of the matter, and did not say much at the moment, and took action one by one. All curses are over. The magic wands in the hands of wizards glowed red, and then they were pressed against the ground. The red lights connected to each other and finally formed a net. The net was formed to trap the dark flames firmly in the center. Although Wanzhu Ji Zhong was a relatively high-end spell and was quite difficult to learn, more than 50 people had successfully used it. With their help, the red light wrapped in the dark flames was shrinking the encirclement. No matter how the dark flames collided, roared, and rolled, it was difficult to break out. Lucius stood in the dark flames and touched his face. He was still a little frightened. Just when the dark flames broke out, he thought he was dead. Unexpectedly, he didn't die. There were only 3 of them left around, and those few things that he didn't know if they were human. Apart from that, no one could move. They all turned into ashes in front of his eyes. In addition to the unforgivable curse, Ethan's fire guard is also extremely advanced. The fire guard should be able to distinguish between friends and foes, so that even if his own people walk through it, they will not be burned. In recent years, Baxius has only heard that Grindelwald has this ability. I really didn't expect that Ethan could reach this point. In addition to being good at bewitching people, the first generation of Dark Lords was also very proficient in war magic. The second generation of Dark Lords, Voldemort, liked to use the 3 unforgivable curses the most and was the most proficient. As for Ethan, he might be a combination of the 2 generations of Dark Lords. At this moment, Ethan naturally knew that the outside world was using Wanzhou's Hong to fight against him, but Ethan didn't care too much. Directly put the nearly 80 spirits into the Nibelungen. While those people outside were talking nonsense, Ethan not only controlled a group of people with the Imperious Curse, but also cursed everyone. This curse Ethan has converted into a range expansion based on some of the characteristics of the Nibelungen. As long as there is magic power, it can be infected outward with Ethan as the center. The infected person does not feel any discomfort. If you don't check the body carefully, you can't detect anything. Because this curse is nothing special, it will only erupt at the moment of death. The flames were not extinguished, and the Horcruxes were not sure whether they could be kept. He was doing this kind of thing. I am afraid that he was mentally ill. Corrode and decay. But he reacted, but others were not so lucky. In addition, the apparition and the door key were useless. Maybe they could also try the temperature of the flame to see if they could get out. Not only did the black wizards who came to participate in the auction take action, but there were also people from his own group who participated in it, and there were more of them. The yellow-haired man who also heard the movement turned his head suddenly and saw this shocking scene. He didn't care about maintaining the end of all curses. Whether it was the money they carried or the soul, these were Ethan's targets. Bone explosion. Thunder explosion. Bone explosion. Could it be possible that Dumbledore could come here from Hogwarts to challenge me? He was afraid that in this overwhelming spell, there were 10 dark green lights attacking him. After seeing clearly who was attacking, Huang Mao was stunned. Just as the red light representing the end of all curses further compressed the space of the black flame, hundreds of spells suddenly broke out from their almost defensed rear area. Bone explosion. Baston, what are you doing? Bone explosion. Avada Kedavra. The whole sky turned into a dark flame at this moment, and any way of ascending could not leave at this moment. This place was a no-man's land, and Ethan had nothing to worry about. This made Huang Mao unable to understand. Even if he had 0.8 careful thoughts to snatch the Horcrux, it was not now. Black, white, red, green, burning flames, colorful water, overwhelming the group of people who maintained the end of all curses. In this short moment, without the restraint of the end of all curses, the dark flames suddenly broke out in the sky, becoming a huge flame pot covering everyone in this area. The sky was filled with strange colors, and this scene attracted the attention of countless people. After coming out of the auction, Ethan had no intention of letting them leave. Maintaining the end of all curses consumes a lot of magic power, and you have to fight against the dark flames, which requires people to concentrate. In this case, it is quite difficult to react to a sudden attack from all directions. After the spell frenzy subsided, the crowd maintaining the end of all curses was directly lost in 8 layers, and the remaining 2 layers also reacted quickly and launched defenses, or they were lucky and did not encounter the curse. Baston and himself came from the same organization, and the relationship between the 2 sides was pretty good. Usually, they could go for a drink together. I didn't expect him to join in. Most of them were black magic with strong lethality. A protective magic prop was activated, and then he released an armor to protect himself again, and finally rolled over to find a suitable shelter for himself. Avada Kedavra. But they survived, but they were not feeling well at the moment. They were more or less injured. According to some characteristics of black magic, even if they were not in danger of life for the time being, they were still feeling very uncomfortable. Crucify. Baston did not respond, but wanted to treat him to a melon. Chapter 193. Benson, they should be under the Imperious Curse. Remember the information about the bar a few hours ago. And now, you should turn around and take a look. Listening to the trembling words of a companion, Huang Mao turned his head stiffly. At the location of the bar, there were still 10 black figures standing at this moment. The dark flames just now did not cause any harm to them at all. Seeing this scene, Huang Mao also recalled the information he had obtained before. According to the analysis, the blood-red mist was a spell that obscured the vision. And those who killed each other and even blew up their bodies again even after they died were most likely under the Imperious Curse. But this group of black wizards who have been in Crete for at least 10 years have been silently under the Imperious curse, and they have controlled so many people in a row without alerting others. It can be imagined that they have achieved a lot in the Imperious curse. So, they were particularly vigilant against this group of people and brought a lot of people. But unexpectedly, this worst possibility was encountered by himself. That group of people turned out to be the ones who had won the despicable Horcrux of Hellbow, and their strength was far beyond what had been imagined before. Ethan saw that the other side did not take the initiative to attack, so he would not be polite and wait. Avada Kedavra. A light that was much brighter than the normal green light shot out from the tip of the magic wand, and quickly hit a city that was close to Ethan. He hadn't reacted yet. Shouldn't it be time for the two sides to talk? 08 only saw a flash of green light, and then nothing happened. Ethan had started the battle again. More than a dozen wizards controlled by the Imperious curse launched an offensive again under the vigilant eyes of everyone. Because they were backstabbed before, the surrounding wizards were well prepared and launched a counterattack. With the advantage of numbers, they quickly suppressed the crowd controlled by Ethan's Imperious curse. But what they didn't expect was that before the guy who was hit by the Kedavra curse fell down, 10 green lights, the same as the one just examined, were electrocuted on his body. They were prepared for Ethan and his gang, and for the people controlled by the Imperious curse, but they had no defense against the fact that they would become corpses after being hit by the Imperious curse. They had never thought that the Imperious curse could be used in this way, and they naturally could not avoid it without defense. The green light flickered back and forth among the crowd, and every time it flickered, someone fell silently. As for the ghost-like things floating on their bodies after they fell, they did not have the extra energy to think about it. No one knew whether they would be the next target, and conventional defensive spells could not defend against the Imperious curse. In addition to evading by moving flexibly, they could only use physical obstacles to cover or use spells to counter the waves. But facing this faster spell, and not knowing whether it was aimed at them, countering waves and moving around were basically ineffective. Even if they wanted to find cover, there were more than 100 wizards on the other side attacking them, so it was not so easy to do. It was not until this green light harvested 13 lives that a lucky guy happened to dodge it, allowing the green light to hit the ground and blast out a hole which prevented the disappearance from continuing to harvest. Ethan also used the Kedavra curse in actual combat for the first time after it advanced. The main effect is that after hitting the opponent and taking the life, you can find a target around the hit person to ricochet. This ricochet will not end until there are no hostile targets nearby, or the magic power in the Kedavra curse used by Ethan is used up. The speed of this ricochet is constant, which is the initial speed when Ethan used the Kedavra curse. When using it, Ethan predicted that it should be enough to ricochet about 30 times, but he didn't expect it to be dodged now. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Ethan was possessed by Voldemort for a while, and threw out several big melons in succession. One can make them exhausted, and the rhythm of the confrontation is wrong. Now I am adding fuel to the fire. Lucius and Little Tom were silent. Are we sure we learned the same killing curse? Especially Little Tom, like Voldemort, he hates those who are keen on using the killing curse and has his own unique views on the killing curse. But now compared with Ethan's, his own killing curse seems like a piece of shit. Kill this guy first, otherwise we will all die. Seeing this scene, the yellow-haired man shouted loudly in horror. While fighting against more than 100 people who were hit by the Imperious curse, he also had to guard against this killing curse that could lurk between wizards. The sky was sealed by the fire bodyguard. If he wanted to leave, there was no other way except to kill Ethan and his group. And looking at his posture, he never thought of letting his group go. He can bully people just because he is strong, right? However, the yellow-haired man's words did not work at all. Facing the desperate fighting style of more than 100 wizards controlled by the Imperious curse, it was impossible to leave the battlefield rashly. He had to face the life-threatening death curse all the time, and then face the stronger person. Is this looking for death? Didn't you see that dozens of people were burned to death in the first fire, and these people were not enough to be burned by the flames from the sky? And there was a reason why Ethan didn't burn it all at once. After the burning, in addition to the ability to give birth to spirits, the corpse and the magic props and gold galleons on the body were gone, and the golden things around him were a pile of proof. These were all gold galleons leaked from the burned purse. Although a lot of magic was cast on the gold galleons and it could withstand high temperatures, it couldn't resist the fire released by Ethan at this moment. Now it has become a large lump of alloy. Gold galleons are not pure gold, but the goblins added some gold when casting them. There are other metals besides gold galleons. You can't take them to Gringotts to exchange for gold galleons. They don't recognize them at all and will only buy them at a low price. In order to maximize the benefits, Ethan can't continue to burn them with fire. He didn't know how heavy the loss was just now. Wait, I'm willing to surrender. A wizard who had finally escaped from the battlefield and was covered in a black robe threw down his wand and knelt in front of Ethan. He was about to step forward to fill Ethan's shoes. What's wrong? Avada Kedavra. Here, Ethan has no intention of accepting people. Who knows what country they are from? What's the point of biting them? The moment the green light came, the wizard didn't understand why the other party was unwilling to accept it. I can pay for my life and obey orders. Why is this happening? Until this moment, this group of wizards really considered the words of the yellow-haired man. This man did not follow the rules of the wizards. If you want to live, you must kill him. Avada Kedavra. Times N. The overwhelming green light attacked Ethan, and all you could see was green. Ethan hated green very much. If it weren't for the usefulness of the killing curse, Ethan would not be inconvenienced. He immediately tapped the ground with his magic wand, and the ground began to wriggle. A thick wall instantly rose up, covering Ethan and his group were protected in the rear. No matter how many explosions there were in front of them, they could not shake the thick wall. Avada Kedavra. Little Tom turned into a black smoke and floated into the air, landing directly in the crowd. When he raised his hand, a green light appeared. The 7 ghosts also took action at this moment, ignoring the opponent's attacks. When they approached, they brought great pressure and fear to the opponent, and then raised their hands and still had green light. This was all taught by little Tom. He was a true lover of the Kedavra curse. The situation on Lucius' side was not so good. Little Tom was killing people in the crowd. Wherever the ghosts went, they brought death and fear. What's more, the spell had no effect on his black robe. So Lucius was the only soft persimmon. He was chased around by several black wizards in this circle of fire. 930 After the battle started, he had no intention of taking action at all. He just followed Ethan's instructions and could ensure his safety here. But even so, he was still targeted. Ethan had no time to pay attention to him. With all the alchemical tools on his body, it would be too bad if he couldn't even save his life. Thunder explosion. The orange-red flame continued to expand from the tip of Ethan's wand until it completely spread to 1/3 of the battle area. Whether they were controlled by the Imperious Curse or not, they were all shrouded in it, and explosions sounded here one after another. The surrounding land was blown up and flew onto the dark flames. Huang Mao dodged the death curse that was still flashing everywhere, while being cautious and alert, but his heart was dead at this moment. Can't win, completely can't win. There are more than 200 people on his side, plus more than 100 people who participated in the auction and wanted to intercept the main Horcrux. There are nearly 400 people. At this moment, there are less than 200 people alive, including those controlled by the Imperious Curse. His reinforcement signal was also released, and it was so loud. Anyone who is not blind can see that no one outside can come in now. Either they are powerless, or they have been abandoned. After Ethan used 2 spells to rescue Lucius from being beaten, he also walked leisurely to the vicinity of the yellow-haired man. Seeing that the light in his eyes was gone and he was completely different from the beginning, he raised his hand and a green light flashed. After watching him fall peacefully, Ethan started to harvest the ecology here. From today to the end of the day, Ethan calculated that he could harvest a total of about 500 wizard spirits, which is basically unimaginable in the British territory. The last werewolf community was an exception. Whenever the location was changed, even in Nocturne Alley, more than 100 wizards were slaughtered at one time, the whole wizarding world would be shaken. This no man's land also has its advantages. Chapter 194. Not far from the bar where Ethan was fighting, on the terrace of the top floor of a 7-story building. A white old man with grey hair and a sturdy figure looked at the scene of the fight with a serious face, and 2 expressionless wizards stood behind him. Boss, when we were putting gold galleons into the warehouse just now, we found some fakes. A young man in his 20s hurried over, his face full of panic. How many? The white old man turned around, and his aura made the younger brother a little breathless. 1.3 million gold galleons, the galleons used for the final auction item are all deformed sand. The younger brother said with some difficulty, and buried his head even lower. Although this matter has nothing to do with him, and the boss will not vent his anger on others, but if he loses his temper at this moment, he will definitely not end up well. Originally, he does not need to run for this matter, it is someone else's responsibility. But who made me a new member, so I have no right to choose freely. The white old man breathed quickly after hearing this. This is 1.3 million gold galleons. But looking at the scene of the battle, it is useless to be unwilling at this moment. He knew it just when the battle broke out. After all, a bar was destroyed above the auction, and the passage was also half destroyed. He left the auction immediately and came to this place. At the same time, he also saw the strength of this tough guy. He knew clearly what level the wizards here in Crete were. The overwhelming black flames were not something that his people could make. Otherwise, how could he still sit in this position with this ability? Since the outsider who came to the auction had such strength, no matter whether the group of people in box 77 was that group or not, the despicable Horcrux of Herpo was destined to fall into the hands of this person. In this way, it didn't matter who used the fake gold galleons to pay the money and how they concealed it from their subordinates. If the person in box 77 was the one who used this magic, he couldn't afford to offend him, and he even had to ask him to leave quickly. If not, the ending was already doomed. Could he still go to a dead area to collect the debt? As for going to the organization or family behind to collect the debt, he didn't know who to go to. All the invitations sent out for this auction were the same, and the people who came also covered their faces. The distribution of the boxes was also based on the order of the bar and the order of entry. There was no place to prove the identity throughout the process, which led to the fact that they themselves were not sure of the specific identity of the auctioneers. They only knew which box they were from and which exit they would go out from. Boss, Andy, and the others were under the Imperious curse, and the 1.3 million gold galleons they received were all fake. Seeing that the boss didn't react much, the younger brother who came to report the news whispered again. When the gold galleons were checked again after entering the warehouse, the surrounding personnel immediately subdued the companions who participated in the transaction after discovering the problem. There were some casualties in the middle, but they were finally taken down. Now the soul-stealing curse has been lifted, but they are still detained, waiting for the boss's punishment. You should at least say a few words. Get lost. The white old man came back to his senses, his eyes were stern, and he shouted coldly. The sudden change made the young man a little at a loss, but he didn't dare to say much, and immediately ran away in shame. Until his younger brother disappeared without a trace, the white old man sighed and continued to watch the battle in the distance. In fact, nothing can be seen, all covered by flames. This loss can only be regarded as a loss of money to avoid disaster, otherwise, can't we kill and take back the soul? This side Ethan had already cleared everyone, but was still collecting the lost magic props and gold galleons. With the spirits busy here, Ethan didn't need to do anything. Although Lucius was very curious about what magic Ethan was using now and what the space that suddenly opened just now was. But he had been among the Death Eaters and knew very well that if he wanted to live longer, he should talk less and do more. Especially don't ask the boss any questions. After the last spirit returned to Nibelungen, Ethan turned his head and looked at Lucius and Tom. Retreat. As he said that, Ethan turned into a black mist and rushed into the sky. Little Tom and Lucius followed closely behind, and the 7 ghosts also had the ability to fly, hanging directly behind everyone. Directly passed through the dark flames and flew to the periphery of the island. Anti-apparition and door keys, this range is destined to be great. When you reach a suitable location, you can naturally use the door key to return to Great Britain directly. Before coming out, all these have been prepared. But just above a dark forest, Ethan and others disappeared in a twisted space. The moment Ethan disappeared, the dark flame canopy suddenly lost control and fell directly, instantly turning the corpses and buildings below into ashes. And with the blessing of the burning objects, it expanded further, and dozens of dark fire dragons were formed in the flames, constantly wandering and spreading around. In just a few breaths, the flames expanded several circles. The wizards who were hiding in the distance and watching appeared one by one, cursing, and they also saw it when Ethan and others left. After all, several obvious black mists rushed out of the flames, but they thought Ethan would extinguish the flames when he left. Generally speaking, it is easy to set a fire, but difficult to put it out. But for a wizard with such attainments, controlling these flames is absolutely easy, but he just didn't do it, and he had to leave with a trick. But no matter how dissatisfied he was, he still had to put out the fire at this moment, otherwise everyone would suffer the loss if everything here burnt down. Let people gather together. The white old man also ordered a guard behind him. He owns almost 1/3 of the industry here, and he can't just sit there and wait for death. And to extinguish a flame of this scale, it will definitely take a lot of manpower. Ethan, who has returned home, naturally won't pay attention to those. Lucius returned to the Malfoy old house, little Tom went to Diagon Alley, and Ethan went to his home in Godric Valley. Yesterday was Christmas, and except for Hatch, everyone else in the family went home for the holiday, and no one was here. The movement of Ethan's return also woke up Hatch, and after sending him away, he went directly to the spell practice room. Take out the despicable Horcrux of Helbo from the Nibelungen. After opening it, Ethan found that he couldn't understand some of it. These were all ancient Greek characters, which were quite different from modern Greek characters. When the Malfoys gave him the Book of Balance written by Abu Musa Jabir ibn Hayyan, Ethan learned ancient Arabic specifically to understand it. Later, Nico gave him the Emerald Record, and Ethan also learned ancient Egyptian. Now he has to learn ancient Greek again? After thinking for a while, Ethan decided to take a shortcut. This is a Horcrux, and it is the kind that has been born with wisdom. If you need to know something, why not just ask directly? Why make it so troublesome? As for whether it will be honest. Let's talk about your things. Do you know where your original body went? And in that special space, according to his own observations and the other party's performance just now, it shows that he is extremely proficient in the soul and can control himself at any time. If he is not honest now, will he be honest after suffering? Although it's a pity, if the despicable Helpo original body didn't leave any information at the time, the Horcrux really wouldn't know. Forget it, it's been more than 2,000 years. What special spells did you have in your era? After all, there is no mutual induction effect between the two sides, unless the distance is quite close. I don't know. I haven't seen it since I was born with intelligence. And because the production of Horcruxes will have irreversible effects on the soul, body, and mind, the baby forms of these Horcruxes are all deformed and ugly guys. Like Voldemort's Horcrux, it was in an extremely ugly and deformed baby state. This despicable Helpo Horcrux was quite honest at the moment, and did not do anything extreme to provoke Ethan's dissatisfaction. You can sense the outside world. Everyone knows that you are a Horcrux with intelligence. What's the point of disguising yourself now? Whatever knowledge you want to know, I can tell you. After spending nearly an hour, he finally loosened it a little, and then suddenly pulled it away. This point Voldemort proved that he didn't know where his Horcrux was, and he could only sense something when it was destroyed. This may be a common problem of Horcruxes. The cut soul must be a complete human form to maintain stability, but because the soul is too small, it can only maintain the form of a baby. Directly use the exorcism spell. Since he doesn't want to come out, Ethan will force him to come out. In terms of appearance, he was just a vicious and cruel old man, which was more pleasing to the eye than the deformed baby. What do you want to say? We are all dark wizards, or the top ones. There is no need to use some tricks, otherwise the only one who will suffer is his Horcrux that can't exert any strength. Since it came into Ethan's hands, this Horcrux has been silent. I don't know if it has discovered something or is too cautious. According to the original idea, 6 Horcruxes were the maximum. If there were 7, the soul might not be able to bear it and there would be a risk of collapse. I don't know if it's because of the level when the Horcrux was cast, or because it has been too long, the soul and the container are no longer distinguishable. Or, how much memory did you inherit from your original body, and how much knowledge did you know? As he spoke, Ethan crushed the spirits of the 3 goblins, offering their magic and vitality to the despicable Horcrux of Helpo. The ugly deformed baby who had been keeping his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes, and his voice was quite unpleasant, as if boiling water was poured into his throat, extremely hoarse. When the ugly deformed baby absorbed these, he had an intoxicated expression on his face. There was no way. When it fell into Ethan's hands, he sensed through his soul that it was his own kind. And in a halo of light, his image changed, and he looked over 80 years old, with white eyebrows and beard, and no hair at all. Ethan was unable to pull it for a while. If anyone knows a clue now, it can only be this Horcrux. Don't you want to talk? Okay, I'll give you some vitality and magic first, and then we'll talk. Ethan believes it will. I should be the last Horcrux, but I don't know what I mastered afterwards. After all, my time stopped at that moment. It was like a real baby, but this baby was a little ugly. Chapter 195. At the end of January. After the Christmas holiday, Hogwarts has been in school for more than 3 weeks. Expecto Patronus. The silver-white mist flashed with dazzling brilliance, and a silver-white horse with a shoulder height of about 2.2 meters emerged from the white mist. The most peculiar thing was the spiral horn on its head, which was about 80 centimeters long. After the silver-white horse took shape, it immediately stepped on its hooves and ran. Under the effect of the silver-white glow, the 15 Dementors surrounding Hermione retreated under the silver-white light. And this silver-white horse still rushed forward relentlessly. With a single horn collision, the Dementors that were concentrated were immediately sent flying dozens of meters, and their bodies also turned grey. Ethan immediately collected these Dementors, and he couldn't let it continue to attack them. The silver-white horse, which had lost its target, began to run around the room of requirement, emitting a dazzling silver-white glow all over its body, giving people a sense of sacredness. Compared with Ethan and Penelope's patroness charm, it is more eye-catching. After seeing her patroness image, Hermione was relieved, and a long-lost joy appeared on her face. Ethan and Penelope's patroness images are all special magical animals. The next one is her. This still makes Hermione worry for a while whether her patroness image has changed. The unicorn patroness, just born, can force back 15 Dementors just by approaching. Very good. Ethan also applauded. It is probably because the magic blood she took is the unicorn version, which has a higher resistance to Dementors. Penelope only forced out the second stage of the patroness charm with 7 Dementors. But when Hermione faces 7 Dementors, it is not her limit at all. Ethan also increased the number of Dementors all the way total 15 Dementors, which made Hermione learn the second stage of the patroness charm under heavy pressure. Although it is not as big as Penelope's Thunderbird form, they have just reached the second stage. When facing Dementors, the pressure and strength they exude are obviously stronger. As for the specific differences, Hermione needs to test them herself. After all, in terms of appearance, whether it is Ethan, Penelope, or the various professors, or even Dumbledore's Phoenix patroness seen last time, they are not as dazzling as Hermione's. With such a special place, it is naturally not just a matter of color. Its existence must have something special. And this special place must be the unicorn version of the magic blood, which has a special effect on the patroness charm. Otherwise, Hermione's patroness is just a useless otter. It is good enough to deal with 3 or 5 Dementors when it is just born. This also overturns Ethan's idea that the unicorn version of the magic blood is useless. Yet, hearing Ethan say this, Hermione nodded with a smile on her face. Hermione is also quite satisfied with her own patroness. Take a break first, then you can go to a room to practice spells and test the differences between your patroness charm and ours. Okay. Hermione naturally would not refuse, but when she walked to the rest area, she did not withdraw the unicorn patroness, and still let it walk beside her. Is it your turn now? Ethan looked at Cassandra, Chuzhong, and Nagini. They were all at the same pace. They practiced together, and the current progress was much better than before Christmas, but there was still a distance to reach the second stage. According to Ethan's speculation, it would take at least 2 to 3 weeks to reach the second stage. It was really difficult to learn the patroness charm. Well, okay. Cassandra and others nodded to indicate that they were ready. Before this, they had already faced the Dementors in one round, and now it was the second round. 9 new Dementors were pulled out of the Nibelung by Ethan, and there were no more that had not been destroyed by the patroness charm. Fortunately, Penelope and Hermione will not need the assistance of Dementors in the future, which reduces the loss of Dementors. They can barely recover later. After all, except for the heavy blow when the second stage of the patroness was formed, it is usually used for practice and is covered by silver-white mist, so there is not much damage and it can be used repeatedly. Expecto Patronus, X3. Just when the Dementors were almost close, 3 voices shouted at almost the same time, and 3 groups of thick silver-white mist floated out from the tips of the wands in the hands of the 3 people. According to the size of the silver-white mist, the size of the 3 people's patroness charms can be roughly known at this moment. Cassandra's is the largest, and Chuzhang's is the smallest. This is also quite consistent with the size of the magical animals that several people took magic blood. After a while, Ethan collected all the Dementors and handed some chocolate to Cassandra and others. Every time you can make some progress, it's not bad. This learning method, after adapting every time, plus a little pressure, Ethan feels more suitable, so that he doesn't increase the number every time. After letting Cassandra and the others go to rest, Ethan himself began to ponder the patroness charm. After experiencing the pressure of the Dementors, he upgraded the Patroness charm to level 5. After nearly half a year of study, he has now reached level 8. Although this is not the full level, the proficiency is definitely quite high. Now it is time to start improving the Patroness charm. Happiness, hope, protection, and love are all positive emotions. Then anger, destruction, despair, and killing are another version of the Patroness charm in black magic. Since it can be a positive image to protect oneself, and the best defense is offense, why can't it contain malice and turn the Patroness into a tool for killing? Magic spells are not something that is born. All those handed down now are invented by predecessors, and a considerable part of them are the result of step-by-step improvements. Just like Snape, many steps of his potion are different from those recorded in books outside, and many of them have been optimized. Not only potions, he also invented several spells, which is creativity. Now Ethan wants to make a fundamental change to the Patroness charm. Although it is a little difficult, it is not impossible. Especially Ethan has a talent for darkness, and he has a natural advantage in learning and creating black magic. Expecto Patronus. A silver-white 5-headed dragon appeared above Ethan's head. Although it looks ferocious, it has a sense of sacredness. The magic wand waved a few times, and the silver-white open-headed ears immediately dissipated and became invisible. Still follow the operation method of Expecto Patronus just now, but transform the emotions in the heart into anger, destruction, despair, and killing. Although he has the talent of the Heart of Darkness, Ethan does not need the assistance of emotions to use any black magic. But now it is to transform the original magic, which naturally requires the assistance of emotions. Fortunately, this step is not too difficult. Just bring in the emotions on Crete some time ago. At that time, although the use of black magic did not require emotional assistance, it is impossible not to have emotions in the process of killing. In this process, compared with the smoothness and naturalness just now, it feels that the magic power is a little difficult to operate. However, Ethan still made some progress. The silver-white mist behind him was mixed with wisps of black, but this mist that was neither white nor black had just formed the outline of 10 minister dragons when it exploded. Caught off guard, Ethan was blown away directly, and a small mushroom cloud rose directly on the spot. Ethan was also blown to the ceiling of the room of requirement, and then fell directly from the sky. Cough cough. After coughing twice, Ethan got up from the ground. His good wizard robe, which was a high-end robe made of spider silk from an 8-eyed giant spider, was now directly a beggar's outfit. Fortunately, Ethan transformed into a dragon at the critical moment, allowing the dragon scales on the surface of his body to further strengthen his resistance to both physical and demonic forces, so that he was safe. Except for some pain in his body, there was no other problem, at least no missing arms or legs. If it were someone else, after this wave of explosions, it is estimated that he could still piece together a complete person, no doubt. Ethan suspected that it was Seamus who was staring at him just now, otherwise how could the Patroness become an explosion spell? He didn't have any talent in this area. Ethan, you are dead. Cassandra and others who were knocked to the ground by the strong wind pressure rushed to Ethan's side as soon as they got up. They all saw the power of the explosion just now. Even though they knew that Ethan had a high physical fitness and a strong level of magic, they couldn't help but worry. No. Ethan turned his head and waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. At most, his internal organs were slightly injured. After drinking a bottle of magic potion, plus his own recovery power, he would probably be repaired after sitting down and resting for a while. After hearing what Ethan said, the girls looked at Ethan for a long time and then felt relieved. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with him, but... Your hair and face. Nagini pointed at Ethan's head. What's wrong? Ethan really didn't know. He could only feel the situation of various parts of his body. His face did hurt a little. But with the protection of the dragon scales just now, it shouldn't be that disfigured. Penelope took out a small mirror she carried with her, opened it, and put it in Ethan's hand. Ethan then saw his appearance at the moment. His face was black, probably because he had just been blown black. Although the dragon scales protected him, this change still remained on his face after the dragon scales fell off. And his hair became a killer, and a considerable part of it was burnt, which was ugly in general. But this is not a big problem. After cutting my hair, I will drink a bottle of hair growth agent. The face is even simpler, just need to be washed. Chapter 196. Ethan, haven't you learned the Patroness charm? What was that just now? From the beginning, Cassandra and others have been paying attention to Ethan's movements. The magic just now looked like the patroness charm, but it felt a little different, otherwise there would not be an explosion. But Ethan shouldn't make such a mistake. Remember what I said before about reversing the form of the patroness charm? I was trying this just now. Ethan had this idea a long time ago, and he also talked about it with Cassandra and others, but he never put it into action. The main reason is that he felt that his proficiency in the patroness charm was not enough before, and it would not work even if he tried, so it was not until today that Ethan began to really implement this idea. The experiment of magic is very dangerous. Luna, who had been acting like a transparent person, frowned and suddenly spoke. Her mother died because of the magic experiment, and she happened to see that scene. The noise at that time was far less than what Ethan made this time. She didn't want Ethan to have any accidents. You just saw it, I'm fine. Ethan sat on the sofa and waited for a rest before continuing this attempt. Even so, you have to pay attention to safety. Luna looked at Ethan seriously. Safety can be countless times, but once an accident happens, it will be too late to regret. Well, I know. When I do the experiment later, I will open the necklace of armor protection, so there will be no problem. Seeing Ethan say this, Luna didn't say anything more and sat aside immediately. Ethan still felt a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, the explosion just now was a bit too powerful, and he was a bit too close, so his internal organs were still a bit injured. Ethan, who was originally planning to take the potion, stopped this idea at this moment. He opened the Nibelung directly, turned a goblin spirit into a small ball of blue substance, took it out and threw it directly into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, Ethan felt warm all over, and the little magic power he had just consumed was also restored. The internal organs that were still a little painful were also recovering rapidly at this moment. However, after a few breaths, Ethan felt that his whole state was back. This is not the first time Ethan has swallowed a spirit. It originally has the ability to instantly restore vitality and magic after swallowing, and it has no effect on itself. The reason for choosing the goblin is that at this moment Ethan's injury was not serious, so he didn't need to replenish much vitality. As for magic power, according to Ethan's current level, it didn't consume much, so it didn't need to be replenished at all. Ethan, you changed the form of the patroness charm to make it an offensive magic. Does this count as a unique magic? Penelope was also quite interested in Ethan's idea. If Ethan could create it successfully, his patroness charm would no longer be a mascot. That's right, the current patroness charm is a mascot, which only has a symbolic role. After all, things like Dementors and Voldemorts, if nothing unexpected happens, you may not encounter them in your lifetime. Before encountering these magical animals, the patroness charm can only offset some evil curses at most, but it is really not as good as armor protection, which is completely useless. Even if the image of his own patroness is a thunderbird, can't it discharge electricity to shock others? But if it is changed to an offensive one, it may really discharge electricity. It should count. I haven't heard of this type of black magic. Of course, the premise is not a mistake. The dragon out of the cave is to use magic to form a snake to launch an attack. The higher the proficiency, the more magic power is used, and the stronger the snake is. But this is limited to snakes, and it is fundamentally different from Ethan's. To be honest, if it is an ordinary animal image, even if Ethan succeeds and teaches him how to use it, the effect is actually very small. It is only useful for the patron saints of magical animal images such as Ethan. Then Ethan took out a small bottle of magic potion. The liquid inside was golden yellow and looked a bit sticky, like liquid gold. It is completely different from the magic potions I have seen before. The amount is not much. This tiny bottle has only 3 milliliters. It is the most suitable amount for drinking that Ethan specially packaged after obtaining the fulling potion at the auction. Overdose will cause dizziness, recklessness, and arrogance. If the amount is too small, it will have no effect. And the amount of 3 milliliters can ensure that the whole person will be in a lucky state within 12 hours. To develop new magic, besides having a high enough talent and a considerable accumulation of knowledge, you also need a little inspiration and luck. And the lucky spirit potion can give Ethan the latter too. After all, the characteristic is to bring good luck, and everything you do will be successful. Isn't this good luck and inspiration? It can also improve the user's ability to control emotions, allowing the user to enter a state where they are not controlled by emotions and can make the most accurate decisions in extreme situations. Is this the Felixir? Hermione looked at the golden liquid in Ethan's hand with some surprise. She was quite interested in potions and had a high talent in this area. Having read a lot of potion books, the only potion that can present this state is the Felixir. Unfortunately, she didn't even have the accurate method to make the Felixir, and of course Hermione didn't think she could make it successfully now. I got it at an auction during Christmas. Ethan nodded in agreement. Anyway, as long as he didn't talk about the process of the auction, there would be no problem. And the Felixir was indeed purchased with real money. Ethan, do you want to take it? If the Felixir is taken many times, it will lose its effect later. Cassandra reminded that many people regard the Felixir as a panacea. But in fact, the effect is best in the first few times, and the effect decreases gradually later until it is completely ineffective. So even if she could get the lucky spirit potion, she didn't think of taking it. It would be better to use it at a critical moment. It seemed a bit wasteful to her now. I know this. In fact, apart from developing magic, I don't know where to use the lucky spirit potion. Ethan naturally considered the problem mentioned by Cassandra. Taking the lucky spirit potion in battle does have a certain effect, but the more important thing is hard power. After all, the lucky spirit potion gives you luck, but it doesn't give you the identity of the son of the world, so that you can burst when you are dying and complete various counter kills. It also makes the opponent's IQ drop wildly. It doesn't help much in battle, so Ethan can only use it in this place. Immediately, Ethan opened the cap of the potion bottle in his hand and drank the golden viscous liquid in it. 0. As soon as he took it, Ethan felt that the effect had come. The whole person had a sense of self-confidence for no reason, and at the same time he was extremely rational, as if his thinking was much faster. Recalling the process of casting the explosion just now, he went through everything in his mind again. At this moment Ethan also had a different idea. There was no need to follow the magic route of the Patroness just now, and there was no need for a spell like Patroness. Since the natures were opposite, they were two completely different magics. If you just copy and paste, it would be useless. Magic does not have to be operated by gestures, language, or magic routes. To be precise, it is a kind of idealism. It materializes what you think in your mind. Only when you make your wishes come true can it be magic. The various spells and magic routes nowadays are just created for convenience and practicality. To be more precise, this is a shackle. Although wearing this shackle, you lose your creative ability, but casting spells is more convenient and faster. Just like the island of Crete not long ago, there were people who really spoke all kinds of languages. 0. But many black wizards know the killing curse, but the spells they recite are obviously different, and they can all succeed. At this time, you let a British wizard, even if he has learned the killing curse, recite the spell in French. As long as he doesn't know the silent spell, he will definitely fail. This can all show that the spell is not the key to successful casting. Now what Ethan needs to do is to throw away everything about the Patroness charm and start from scratch. This completely overturned the previous idea that Ethan needed to rely on a highly proficient Patroness charm to succeed. What Ethan needs now is to imitate the wizards in the early Middle Ages, when nothing was needed, not even a wand was a necessity, and spell casting relied entirely on magic and one's own thinking. It can be said that it is a wish come true. After completing the first step, use spells or fixed magic routes to assist in casting, making the subsequent spells faster and more powerful. This is what needs to be done at this moment. After opening the shield of the armor, Ethan filled his mind with all the negative emotions, and did not set up an imaginary enemy for himself, which was the target he needed to attack, and then imagined the image of his patroness in his mind and made it intend to attack. This step is not a big problem for Ethan, mainly because he had been rewarded for improving his thinking before. As the magic power surged in Ethan's body, a ball of dark fog rolled in front of Ethan, and the extremely distinctive features of dragon scales and dragon horns began to materialize on the black fog, and the five-headed outline like an alien was slowly taking shape. Just when Ethan wanted to go further, the black fog suddenly dissipated, and the five-headed dragon that had already formed disappeared instantly. Although it still failed, it was much better than the direct explosion just now. This proves that my current thinking is correct, and I must abandon everything about the Patroness spell to succeed. Now the only thing I need to do is to repeat the experiment many times until it is completely successful. Moreover, the lasting effect of the fulling potion is 12 hours. It has only been a while now, and there is still plenty of time. After this first step of progress, I no longer need to take the fulling potion to assist in creating this magic. Chapter 197. Mid-February. After 11 p.m., Ethan led Penelope out of Hogwarts Castle and walked towards the edge of the field. "Where are we going now?" In the middle of the night, Ethan pulled himself out without saying where he was going, which made Penelope have a strange idea. Looking for a person, or to be more precise, a dog. Ethan finally decided to find Sirius. After all, if he didn't go there now, he would jump out by himself in a while. Ethan was not very interested in the Black family, which has been passed down for thousands of years and is known as the oldest and noblest family. This is not their self-praise, but the true evaluation of them by the outside world. In the land of Britain, the Black family is one of the oldest and richest pure-blood wizard families. In terms of history, it is older than the Malfoy family, and the purity of blood is also higher than him. After all, the Black family does not accept squibs, and has always supported the view of pure blood supremacy, which is also one of the factors for their decline. Ethan is quite interested in the collection of such a family. The wealth accumulated over the past 1,000 years is also a huge amount. In the last trip to Crete, although nearly 400 wizards were massacred, the harvest was less than 300,000 gold galleons. The most valuable ones should be the 947 who were in the bar with Ethan. Unfortunately, they all became scrap metal after a fire. In addition, the Slytherin locket is also in Black's house. As long as it can be obtained, the reward of an achievement is indispensable, and the residual soul of Voldemort in it can also replenish little Tom. With so much value, Ethan would be sorry if he didn't go. Although Ethan knew that the Black Old House was at 12 Grimmauld Place in London, it was all protected by magic, and he would definitely not find it if he went directly. After Sirius's mother died, it was estimated that only Sirius and Creaker could find and enter. Even Lucius's wife, she probably couldn't enter it. Otherwise, after Sirius and Bellatrix were imprisoned in Azkaban and sentenced to life imprisonment, she would definitely go in and plunder them and bring them back to the Malfoy family. No one can refuse the huge family heritage of Black that has been passed down for thousands of years. Since she didn't do so, it means that she is not without the qualifications to get it. The real heir is still the branch of Sirius. Even if Sirius was removed from the family tree by his mother, this cannot be changed. Now if you want to get everything, you still have to start with Sirius. Looking for people? Looking for dogs. Penelope looked at Ethan in confusion. She didn't know what Ethan was talking about. "I thought that pulling me out in the middle of the night meant that he had some ideas about me. I wanted to find a place to play some exciting projects, but you went to find it. You seem disappointed." Ethan turned his head and looked at Penelope, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "No, absolutely not." Penelope denied it at the first time. She would never admit that she was thinking wrongly. Sirius Black's animagus form is a black dog. Dementors do not actively attack animals. This is the main reason why he was able to escape. "I am going to find him now." Ethan told his purpose. Although Penelope's strong denial made Ethan more confused, he did not ask more questions. "Sirius Black, there has been news that he is near Hogwarts. You are also doing this for the Ministry of Magic's bounty." After Sirius escaped from prison, the Ministry of Magic issued a wanted notice. From the initial 30,000 gold galleons, it has now increased to 100,000. Near Hogwarts, there are still many hunters who come to Sirius for the bounty. "No, I am for the wealth of the Black family. You should know their family." "I know." Penelope nodded numbly. It turns out that Ethan is playing such a big game. Penelope is quite clear about the gap between the rich and the poor in the wizarding world. This family, which once controlled the Ministry of Magic and was able to control the entire British wizarding world on its own, has a background that is simply incalculable. After doing this, even if they do nothing in the future, their descendants will be rich and worry-free for at least hundreds of years. He took Penelope directly to the Whomping Willow at the edge of the venue. The Whomping Willow, which was still a little fierce after Ethan approached, stood still immediately after Ethan released his pressure, like an ordinary tree. Ethan fumbled on the trunk and remembered that there was a bulge here, which was the switch to open the secret passage below, but Ethan had not walked through the secret passage, and found it after a while of groping. On it, Ethan rubbed it gently a few times, and after a vibration at the root of the tree, a cave just big enough for one person to get in was revealed. Ethan walked in first, and after making sure there was no problem, he used an illumination spell, and then waved Penelope to come in. Penelope walked in with her body lowered, looking at the narrow, dirty, and somewhat damp tunnel. "Where does this secret passage lead to?" While closing the entrance, Ethan replied, "The Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade." After doing all this, Ethan cast a lightning charm and a silencing charm on himself and Penelope, and then began to lead the way. As for Sirius, he was probably hiding in the Shrieking Shack, where almost no one would approach. This tunnel could lead directly to the Shrieking Shack, so even if they met halfway, Ethan would not find it strange. But Ethan really didn't know whether Lupin had gone to find Sirius. Logically speaking, Lupin must have known Sirius's animagus form, and also knew where Sirius would go to hide near Hogwarts after escaping from prison. As long as Lupin was willing to find him, he would definitely find him. Even Lupin could find him just by saying Sirius's animagus form. After all, even if he maintains his animagus form, Sirius still needs to eat. As long as Sirius' identity and the characteristics of a black dog are confirmed, he can't hide anymore. Unfortunately, Lupin has no expression now, and is still enjoying his teacher life, as if he is completely unaware of these things. Because the passage is too narrow, Ethan can only walk in front, and Penelope follows behind. Ethan really dislikes the environment here. It is far worse than the secret passage leading to the basement of Honeydukes. At least the secret passage there is dry enough and no water will drip from it. It took more than an hour along the way, and Ethan and the others finally reached the exit. Due to the spell cast by Ethan, she was not worried that the sound could be transmitted beyond this range. He is also one of them. This shows that someone has lived here recently. This is the only place to hide around, and Sirius also knows this secret passage. Where do you think he will hide? The place was not big. There was nothing here. It seemed a bit empty. There were spider webs and dust everywhere, but there were a lot of footprints. Of course, they were all dog footprints. Its hair was also dirty and messy, with various stains on it that had never been cleaned, and many places were even hardened into lumps. Did Sirius make it? It was quite dark here. After using a lighting spell again, Ethan could see the situation here clearly. You will know what happened in a moment. If the ancestors of the Black family saw it, they would probably not recognize this descendant, which was really a disgrace to the Black family. There are dog footprints here. If he is really an illegal animagus in the form of a dog, it is possible. Ethan hadn't used the Marauder's map for a long time, mainly because he didn't need it. Leaving the basement, this is a rather messy room, with all kinds of useless wooden furniture thrown aside, and some food packaging bags and debris on the ground. The awakened big black dog was now grinning at Ethan, with a little bit of saliva flowing down its mouth. Although Ethan did not make any sound, the light of the illumination spell still woke up the big black dog, which shows that its vigilance is still quite high. Anyone who comes to see this will think that this is a stray dog with a rather bad temper. Speaking, Ethan took Penelope to the stairs. Looking in the direction of the dog footprints, you can find a small staircase with a closed wooden door on it. Like the Honeydukes candy store, this is an entrance and exit facing upwards, like a well. Ethan reached out and pulled Penelope up. She also looked around here curiously. A big black dog was sleeping on the ground. Its body was so thin that only skin and bones were left, but it could be seen that its skeleton was still quite large. Beyond this range, there is no sound. Alaho! Pushing away the wooden board above, Ethan came out first. The Marauder's map that I showed you was actually made by Sirius and his group. After searching all the way to the door, Ethan found the target of his trip. This also led to the fact that as long as he used the disillusionment charm, he could run around freely without any obstacles, and there was no need to look at the Marauder's map at all. As the spell took effect, the wooden door opened. Because Ethan released a ranged silent spell, the sound could only be transmitted within a range of 1.7 meters of Ethan or Penelope. Ethan, are you sure Sirius is here? What about Harry's father? Penlock still remembered the rumor that was widely circulated in Hogwarts before the Christmas holiday and had a high response rate. She had heard of the Shrieking Shack before she entered Hogsmeade Village, but she had never seen it up close, let alone come in. Although he met Filch and Mrs. Norris several times on the way to the Room of Requirement using the disillusionment charm, after taking the magical blood, even if Mrs. Norris sensed Ethan, she took Filch away immediately and didn't dare to rush to Ethan at all. There was nothing special about it. Chapter 198. Sirius, in the form of a black dog, saw that the man and woman opposite him were not moved at all, but looked at him as if he were a clown. He immediately felt something was wrong. Did the other party know something? Otherwise, what was the point of looking at a stray dog like this? But only Peter and Lupin knew that his animagus form was a black dog. Could it be Peter's people? Last time on Halloween, he was caught by the Dementors who wanted to capture him, and now he didn't know where to find foreign help. It must be like this, otherwise it would be impossible to come in from the basement. Peter must have told them about the secret passage below in this shrieking shack. He must not be caught by them. Thinking of this, the big black dog turned around and rushed towards the door. Ethan's face changed. He thought you would rush up and bite, but you were still baring your teeth just now, and now you turned around and ran. Is this the oldest and noble heir of the Black family? Ethan pointed the wand in his hand forward, and the door closed automatically, and the material of the entire shrieking shack was replaced with rock. Bang! The black dog's head hit the stone door. It was really painful to watch, and the sound made the clan leader feel bad. After rolling on the ground for a few times, the big black dog staggered to get up, crawled with its head lowered, and bared its teeth at Ethan again. The whole house became stone, directly blocking his escape route. I have to sigh, this head is really hard, there is no problem with hitting it like this. Luckily, I used transfiguration to change the material, otherwise if it was still the wooden door just now, this collision would probably directly break the door, and then escape. At this point, Sirius was almost certain that the other party knew his identity and came for him. But he hadn't killed Peter Pettigrew himself yet, he was unwilling. Immediately, the big black dog's eyes changed, and he pounced directly. Opening his bloody mouth and sharp claws, he pointed directly at Ethan's throat and chest. Although I don't have a wand now, which greatly reduces my strength, my animagus form is not really just a dog. Due to the magic factor, my animagus form has a very strong physical fitness, otherwise I can't return to Britain from Azkaban by swimming across the sea. As long as I can get close, the victory is definitely mine. These two young wizards will definitely pay the price for their actions, and I will also get a wand that I can use. But in this process, Sirius saw the wizard on the opposite side smiled contemptuously at me, and then stretched out a hand. What is this for? Shouldn't I use the wand to cast spells? No matter you, not casting spells is beneficial to yourself. Thinking of this, Sirius' confidence increased greatly. But reality gave me a hard punch, just a punch. Before I pounced on him, the little wizard on the opposite side was the first to come. A hard punch hit my head, and this time I seemed to see James recruiting me. Boom! Sirius, with his mouth deformed, flew back at a faster speed than when he pounced, and then hit the stone wall hard. Ethan also held back a little, otherwise he would have been really afraid of hitting Sirius to death with one punch. Although this black dog was able to fight with the werewolf, Ethan was now stronger than the giant. Even if the werewolf came in person, his brain would probably be ejected if he received a punch on his head. This heavy blow made the big black dog struggle on the ground for a long time and could not get up. He could only kick his limbs on the ground. In addition, the dog's mouth was a little crooked, and one of the canine teeth was directly broken. A lot of saliva kept flowing down the crooked mouth. It looked really disgusting. But at the same time, the black dog's eyes became more and more ferocious. After 2.5 minutes, the black dog finally climbed up. He would never compromise. As long as he could kill Peter, the defector, he would risk his own life. He would definitely kill the two men of Peter here, and then kill Peter to avenge James. Driven by hatred, the black dog came up again. A pair of black dog claws swung directly at Ethan's head, as if this blow would blow Ethan's head off. And Ethan sighed as he looked at Sirius like this, thinking that the heavy blow just now would make him see himself clearly and then have a good talk. After all, Ethan didn't kill it directly or control it, which was already considered mercy. This was definitely not to capture it or kill it. Unexpectedly, he was still so reckless. As expected of a Gryffindor, he really has no brains. He kicked out, directly hitting the lower abdomen. In the process, he seemed to have kicked something, and his foot felt a little wrong. A shrill and miserable cry came out from the big black dog's mouth, and then the whole dog flew into the air, rotating 1080 degrees before landing. After landing, the big black dog curled up and struggled constantly, and kept whimpering like a puppy being bullied. Did you do that on purpose? Although Penelope didn't see what happened because the action was too fast, she understood everything when she saw the dog covering a certain part of its body in pain like a human. Ethan's kick must have hit a certain indescribable part. She had eaten and felt this thing a lot, so she naturally knew how important this part was to men. Now that she was kicked by Ethan, she was afraid that she would be blown up. If she didn't get treatment, she would not be able to find a BCH in the future. No, I just kicked it subconsciously. Who let its dog head be covered with saliva? It was really disgusting and hard to touch. Ethan shook his head and denied it immediately. It was only after I kicked him that I felt something was wrong with my foot. How could this be intentional? Hearing this, the big black dog rolling on the ground and wailing, raised his scarlet dog eyes and stared at Ethan. His dog head was full of saliva, and it was all because of you. But it was fortunate that he didn't move down a little bit, otherwise his balls would probably be kicked to pieces. But now, Sirius really didn't know if he could be saved, although he had no plan to marry and have children to continue the bloodline of the Black family. But having or not and using or not are two completely different things. I really would rather face the green killing curse directly than take such a kick. Thinking that he might have been scrapped, and his two hind legs were out of control, and it was basically impossible to stand up, Sirius felt desperate. I couldn't win in the first place, and now I have lost the ability to move, and I don't have a wand in my hand. It's really blind. In despair, Sirius curled up on the ground, and his eyes had lost their luster. I failed after all, and I haven't even seen Peter yet. If I had known earlier, I would have agreed with Lupin. Reveal your true form. A red light directly hit the big black dog that didn't resist at all. Under the effect of the spell, the big black dog's body began to twist and deform. Until he became a tall and thin wizard in tattered clothes, with a chicken coop-like hair, a dirty face, and a little deformed due to pain. At this moment, he was lying on the ground with his lower body covered and motionless. Even after turning back to human form, he didn't mean to resist, as if he had already died. You said it would be better if you knew the situation earlier, but you had to suffer such a serious blow before you recognized the reality. Sirius, can we talk? Ethan originally planned to force Sirius to take the initiative to remove the animagus form and talk to him, so that he could take the initiative at that time. But now there is a small mistake after all, so he can only start it himself. Sirius, lying on the ground, remained unmoved, as if the person who had returned to his original form was not himself. Should we give him some potion, and then talk about other things? Penelope guessed that Sirius could not accept the blow of 080, so he seemed to have lost his soul. That's fine. Ethan threw 3 potion bottles to Sirius, which were for pain relief and treatment of external injuries, for daily oral and external use. After taking the potion bottles, Sirius took a quick look and swallowed 2 bottles of potion in one gulp. As for external use, there were witches here, and he was embarrassed to expose them. It didn't matter whether it was poison or not. Anyway, he was already in their hands, and he couldn't resist anything if he wanted to take it. If he didn't want to see Peter and ask him clearly before dying, he didn't want to live just now. After taking the potion, Sirius immediately felt a cool feeling in his lower body, and the pain was also drastically reduced. This made him realize that his little brother could still be rescued, so he couldn't give up. Even if he was going to die, he had to recover before dying. Otherwise, if he saw James downstairs, he might be laughed at by him. Thinking of this, Sirius stood up immediately. What do you want to say? When can you take me to see Peter? Even if there was no problem with the action now, Sirius didn't intend to resist. Although the wizard opposite just said that he didn't mean it, who knows if what he said is true. I don't want to try this kind of harm again. What Peter? Who said we are in the same group with Peter? Why did Sirius look like he was going to fight to the death when he saw him? It turned out that he was mistaken for his Peter. But his dog brain didn't think about it. With Peter's hiding rat look, he had gold galleons to hire people. Or is he capable of recruiting followers? Lupin, did he ask you to come? Sirius could only think of this possibility except Peter. No one else knew his animagus, not even his parents. Chapter 199. Although Remus John Lupin is now a professor at Hogwarts, our visit this time has nothing to do with Lupin. I am more curious about whether Lupin has met you. Ethan's initial guess is likely to be correct. Lupin has met Sirius and believed his explanation, and is also trying to catch Peter. But why there is no action now, Ethan is not sure. Met. Sirius did not mean to hide it, it was meaningless. From the looks of the other party, he was not a good person. If he could not get the information they wanted, Sirius did not rule out the possibility that the other party might use means such as truth serum. And now he did not control himself directly, it was unlikely to be for the Ministry of Magic's 100,000 gold galleon bounty. Since you haven't caught Peter Pettigrew yet, we still have room for cooperation. Ethan didn't want to know what they talked about. Anyway, Ping would not stop Ethan and his group from catching Peter. Who are you? How do you know Peter is not dead, and why should I catch him? Sirius frowned directly. This person knows a lot. He was not Lupin or Peter, but he knew about me and the secret passage leading to here from Hogwarts. Peter, the winner of the first-class badge of the Order of Merlin, was confirmed dead more than 10 years ago, and he died in his own hands. This was known to the entire wizarding world, and he knew that Peter was not dead. You know, even Lupin didn't believe his words at first, and it was only when he took the photos taken by the Weasley family in Egypt that Lupin accepted this reality. Now he knew that the target of his prison break was Peter, not the widely recognized reason of killing Harry. What was going on? It seemed that everything was under his control. Even Dumbledore didn't know these things. But these two people obviously looked like students of Hogwarts. One of them had read the report about him after the prison break. He was only a third-year student, the same year as Harry. Isn't it normal to know these things? You can take a look at this. Ethan took out the Marauder's map directly, which was the most useful proof. It didn't work here, but when he was in Hogwarts, he could clearly see the name Peter Pedril. Anyone who has read a lot knows that this name represents the winner of the first-class badge of the Order of Merlin in recent years, and he is also a hat embarrassment, but he is dead. Isn't it strange that this name suddenly appears now? If you think about it carefully, you can find the problem. Although it is impossible to infer what Ethan knows now, combined with the fact that Sirius, who has been in prison for more than 10 years, suddenly escaped from prison, it is still possible to infer a rough idea. Marauder's map, where did you get it from, Filch? Carefully stroking the somewhat old parchment, Sirius' eyes were slowly filled with memories. The days in Hogwarts were the happiest time for him. The last time I went to Gryffindor to find Peter, I had the intention of taking the Marauder's map from Filch, which would make it easier for me to find Peter, but I didn't have that opportunity at the time. Well, when I got it, I found the name of Peter Pettigrew, right next to Ronald, especially for a period of time this school year. They were almost inseparable. If this Peter Pettigrew is really the recipient of the first-class badge of the Order of Merlin, plus the rumor that circulated in Hogwarts before Christmas, everything can be explained. There is no need to explain it so clearly later. It is an old-fashioned melodrama. The real murderer disguises himself and gets away with it. The person who was framed is discouraged and willing to go to jail, but one day he finds that the original enemy is not dead, so he escapes from prison to seek revenge. There are many such plots in Muggle movies and TV series. It is indeed as you thought. I escaped from prison this time for Peter. How do you want to cooperate? What do you want to get? There is no help without reason in this world, especially when he has nothing to do with himself and Peter. He has been in prison in Azkaban for more than 10 years and has long understood this truth. Since he came to me, he must have something to ask for. The only thing that was valuable to him now was his status as the heir of the Black family, which allowed him to mobilize all kinds of resources and inheritance of the Black family. This was a very large amount of money. It depended on how big the appetite of the two little wizards was, and how much meat they wanted to tear off from the Black family. Thinking of this, Sirius relaxed instead. Originally, he didn't want to accept everything from the Black family, and now he wouldn't feel bad about giving away part of it. On the contrary, if he could use the Black family's inheritance to successfully catch Peter, it would be considered a waste utilization. As for whether to accept Ethan's help, it was a joke. If he had done something, he wouldn't have stayed here all day. After meeting Lupin, Lupin asked him to find Dumbledore to solve the matter, but Sirius didn't want to see Dumbledore at the moment, mainly because he didn't have the face to do so. In addition, Lupin himself couldn't catch Peter. First of all, he had never seen Peter. Ronald had seen him many times, but he had never seen Peter's animagus form of a mouse. Obviously, he was hiding on purpose, and Ping didn't dare to disturb him rashly. The action on Halloween night had already alarmed him, and now Sirius didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if he really ran away, it would be basically impossible to find Peter in the whole world, especially when his animagus form was still a mouse. This put Sirius in a deadlock. Either catch Peter at once, or continue to wait. Now, with Ethan's help, it would definitely be much easier. At least Peter would not hide from Ethan, who was also a student of Hogwarts. With Ethan's magic level, it was really not difficult to catch Peter. I will help you catch Peter Pettigrew, and you will pay me. Knowing this, Sirius immediately asked, "What reward do you need?" At this moment, Sirius looked quite generous, and he was completely heartbroken. The collection in the Black family's library, an item in the hands of the house elf Kreaker, and half of the cash. Ethan opened his mouth without hesitation. It can be said that this wave directly took away a large part of the Black family's heritage, especially in terms of book collection, which would have a huge impact. You have a big appetite. I can promise you, but you must first capture Peter and hand him over to me. Although Sirius didn't care much about these, he was still shocked by Ethan's appetite. With these things, a top pure-blood family with a deep heritage could be found in Great Britain in an instant, and the wealth was a little worse. This is also because no fixed industries were taken. The Black family has a lot of fixed assets, and other collections are also quite rich. On the tip of Penelope's wand, a thin, dazzling tongue of fire emerged, like a red and hot metal wire, which quickly wrapped around the wrists of Ethan and Sirius after it appeared. Ethan and Sirius stood face to face, their hands hitting each other's arms. Most of the books in the Black family's collection are about dark magic, and they are quite evil. Sirius has no interest in learning them. I, Ethan Adrian, will catch Peter Pettigrew and give him to Sirius Black. Busy, but just think about it, what good things can a house elf have? If an unbreakable oath was made, there would be basically no problem. He has no intention of leaving them to Harry or giving them to anyone else. He doesn't feel bad about trading them now. If half of these were taken, it would almost be on par with the current top pure-blood families. At this time, every time Ethan and Sirius uttered a vow, a thin red flame would burst out from the wand in Penelope's hand, tightly wrapping around the hands of the two. As for the family's collection of books, although it is more important than gold galleons in value and represents the heritage of a family. But, in order to make both of us feel at ease, how about making an unbreakable oath? I, Sirius Black, will deliver all the books of the Black family, half of the cash, and a magic item designated by Ethan Adrian in Kreaker's hands within 6 months after Ethan Adrian captures Peter Pettigrew and hands him over to me. Penelope stood beside the two with a wand in hand. Kreaker has been distorted by his mother's teachings, and his values are completely inconsistent with his own. He doesn't care about what Kreaker has in his hands. He doesn't want to know what he has and how Ethan knows it. This magic is not difficult to learn, but it is a bit niche and there are few records. Penelope learned it when she was reading magic books in Ravenclaw's secret room. Hearing Ethan said this, and Sirius was silent for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. But Sirius could not do either of these two. If he wants, he can take Kreaker away. But for Sirius, this part is exactly what he cares least about. He never thought of denying his debt, and he didn't resist much. Unless Sirius could think of a reasonable way to circumvent this oath. Ethan nodded in agreement without hesitation, but he still needed to be safe. Penelope, you will be the witness later. Human nature cannot stand the test, especially since the value of this transaction is quite large. If it were a different time or a different person, Ethan would not be able to take advantage of such an advantage. For example, to prevent Ethan from catching Peter, or to wait until the oath was lifted after the transaction was completed, and then fight back to take everything back. Even if Sirius was more trustworthy, Ethan was still not very reassured. I'm also this age, not only in strength, but also in knowledge, thinking mode, and caution. These are not as good as him. Okay, too, this is no problem. But this performance doesn't look like a third-year wizard at all. Then Ethan and Sirius began to discuss the specific content of the oath, and waited until Penelope was ready. In addition, it would be impossible to resist this oath spell even if Dumbledore came. Penelope nodded after hearing this. He also thought it was necessary to make an unbreakable oath, after all, it was such a huge fortune. Chapter 200. After making an unbreakable vow with Sirius, the next day was the defense against the dark arts class. When the bell rang, Ethan did not leave immediately. Adrian, what are you doing here? Lupin, who had packed up his teaching tools, looked at Ethan, the only one left in the classroom, and then walked over with a smile and asked. Professor, find a quiet place, I have something to talk to you. Okay, then follow me to my office. Lupin led the way with an unchanged expression, but he already had many guesses in his mind. Among them, what worried him most was whether Ethan knew his identity as a werewolf. After all, there was Snape in Hogwarts who wanted to expose him, always mentioning the werewolf thing openly and secretly, and hoping to lead him to this side. If it was the Gryffindor group, he would not worry that they would guess him in this direction, but as for Ethan, according to his outstanding performance, he might have discovered something. All the way to the familiar defense against the dark arts office, whether it was when Quirrell was the professor or when Lockhart was the professor, he had come in many times. "Student Adrian, do you have something to tell the teacher?" Lupin had to admit that he was a little nervous at the moment. If his identity was exposed, the werewolf would definitely not be able to continue to stay in Hogwarts as a professor. Even if Dumbledore supported him, he would not be able to get past the hurdle of the students' parents. Lupin, who was familiar with Dumbledore's character, knew that at that time, there was no other way except to resign on his own initiative and save some dignity. This period of time was the happiest time he had spent since the Wizard War. "I saw Sirius last night." When he heard this, Lupin's face changed immediately. "Where is it? Tell me quickly. Then I will inform the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. I must not let him get away this time." 830 Lupin's face was full of anger and anxiety, as if he had a deep hatred for Sirius. Ethan didn't expect that Ping, an honest man, could act like this. If he hadn't asked Sirius clearly last night and didn't use magic detection, he would have been fooled by him. "Professor Lupin, don't pretend. Sirius told me that you and him have met. I know everything about you. I came to see you this time to catch Peter Pettigrew. Of course, this is not my good intention. I just made a deal with Sirius." Speaking of this, Ethan took out the Marauder's map. After hearing what Ethan said, Lupin was silent. His performance just now was really like a small field. However, when seeing the Marauder's map, Lupin's performance was similar to Sirius's, full of nostalgia. "Can you show me the Marauder's map?" Lupin's outstretched hand stopped in mid-air. Now the Marauder's map was no longer his own, so it would be better to follow Ethan's advice. He really wanted to try to see if Peter was on it and where he was now. Although when Sirius gave him that issue of the newspaper, he did confirm that Peter was not dead. Peter, who had faked his death and escaped, had lived for more than 10 years using animagus. Anyone with a normal brain would know that there must be something wrong. This was also the main reason why Lupin could believe Sirius. Also in the first class, Ronald was afraid of the mouse that Boggart transformed into, which was also very similar to Peter's animagus form, but he didn't think much about it at the time. Later, when he recalled it, he knew the truth. But Lupin has been unable to determine where Peter is. It is easy to see Ronald in class, but is Peter really on Ronald? If he is pushed to the limit, according to what Peter did at the time, he would definitely attack the little wizard, and it is possible that he would cause casualties. Although Lupin did not experience what happened in the Gryffindor dormitory last school year, he also knew some information. He absolutely could not accept that such a thing happened to him, and it was caused by him. In this way, whether in class or in the Gryffindor dormitory, he could not do it. In addition, he could not even determine where Peter was, and there was only one chance. So during this period of time, he could only endure and endure until he could find a suitable opportunity. But until today, he has not met Peter, even once, so naturally there is no chance. If he can get the Marauder's map, it will definitely be much more convenient for him. Okay. Seeing Ethan nod in agreement, Jean Ping immediately took the Marauder's map. A pair of rough hands kept stroking it, as if it was some rare treasure. "I solemnly declare that I have done something bad." As this familiar spell was recited from Lupin's mouth, ink lines appeared on the parchment and began to be drawn. A detailed map of Hogwarts instantly appeared on the map, and the alias also appeared on it. Lupin soon saw his own name and Ethan's name, in his office. But this was not Lupin's goal at the moment. He found the third-year student who had just left after class. As expected, Peter Pettigrew's name was on it. His name overlapped with Ronald's, and Harry was beside them. Apparently, when he was in class just now, Peter was in Ronald's pocket. It's just that he never found it. On the contrary, Peter didn't know how many times he had peeked at him. Now that he knew Peter's location, he should think about how to catch Peter. "Adrian, what is your plan?" "I mean the plan to catch Peter." After staring at the Marauder's map for a long time, Lupin finally looked up. He knew that his brain was not very smart, and he was definitely not as smart as the wizard in front of him who was much younger than him. If he wanted to figure it out, he might not get a good result. It would be better to follow Ethan's plan. Anyway, he made a deal with Sirius, so he must be on his side. As for what the deal was, Lupin didn't want to know. After all, it had nothing to do with him. In addition to a few tattered clothes, he only had a little salary during this period. Ethan could cooperate with the Waller family to sell alchemical products. Kenzo looked down on his Midas galleon. During this period, Peter Pettigrew has been inseparable from Ronald. If we want to take action, we can only do it in a place where there is no one. And if we want to take Ronald out, we definitely can't do it. If we are too out of line, Peter will definitely notice it. So, first we need to deal with Harry and let Harry bring Ronald out. Given their relationship, Peter will not suspect anything unless Harry invites him. This is what Ethan planned. In fact, Ethan can solve the problem with an imperious curse. After Ronald is controlled, he will definitely hold Scabbers in his hands and send him over. If Scabbers dares to escape, he can be cast a Cruciatus curse and he will not be able to run. But Dumbledore will definitely not allow this, even if it is to catch Peter, clear Sirius's name, and reveal the truth of what happened that year. Okay, let's do as you say. After listening, Lupin immediately decided to follow Ethan's arrangements. This has been planned very well, and there is no need to think about it yourself. But it's not possible now. If you tell Harry the truth in advance, Harry will inevitably reveal some flaws and be noticed by Peter Pettigrew. Wait until the next Hogsmeade day, which is the day after tomorrow. It will be suitable to tell Harry the truth on the morning of that day. Let Harry lead Ronald out of Hogwarts and to Hogsmeade. Ethan didn't believe in Harry's acting skills. After all, when he knew that Sirius had killed his parents, his face was very ugly and he didn't cover it up at all. After knowing that the real murderer was actually Ronald's mouse, he could still remain calm. That was a miracle. I'm afraid that the mouse who was going to find change that night would fight desperately. That's possible, but if I remember correctly, Ronald didn't go to Hogsmeade twice. Lupin was still very concerned about Harry, so naturally he knew some news about Harry's best friend Ronald. Mrs. Weasley signed up for every child in his family except Ginny. They all have the qualifications to go to Hogsmeade. Based on Ronald's past performance, it is impossible for him not to be interested in Hogsmeade, especially after he made a fortune from Snape's photos. The only possibility is that he was influenced by Peter, and this requires Harry to take action. As long as he can loudly announce in front of everyone that Ronald will pay for all of his expenses, whether it is Zunko's joke shop, Honeyduke's candy store or Davis and Bang's store, he will pay for everything. As long as Harry says this, Ronald will definitely go. If he is not controlled by Peter Pettigrew, then everything will be fine. If he is controlled by Peter and refuses in front of all the little wizards and even Dumbledore, this is completely inconsistent with his character. This is likely to attract Dumbledore's ideas. Peter will definitely not make this mistake. At that time, Ronald will have to go whether Peter is willing or not. If only Ronald went to Hogsmeade Village and Peter did not go, we can also use the Marauder's map to find Peter's location. There are basically not many little wizards in Hogwarts that day. After finding a reason to spend these little wizards, we can also catch Peter Pettigrew in Hogwarts. I can ask Hermione to help with this. If Peter wasn't with Ronald, he would most likely be in the Gryffindor dormitory. It would be more convenient for him to run across the grounds to the Forbidden Forest, but that's unlikely. And since Peter doesn't have a wand, Ethan doesn't need to worry about Hermione's safety. Even with a wand, Hermione can still protect herself. Lupin was stunned after hearing everything, and nodded stiffly. I'll listen to you. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.